The recording to the cloud has begun. Okay, y'all, we will now open the webinar in 3, 2, 1. Hello, welcome everybody. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, making human rights a priority for business. I'm Kavya and I will be your technical facilitator today. If you have any questions for the speakers and panelists, please use the Q&A function. If you have any questions about Zoom or require technical assistance, please feel free to privately message Kavya Insight Pact for help using the chat box. We will also be providing English and Russian live interpretation throughout the forum. To listen to today's session in Russian, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen. It looks like a globe. It's a globe icon, and select Russian. To listen to today's session in English, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, again, the globe icon, and select English. I will now pass the floor to Zeliha Aydin, Legal and Human Rights Specialist at the UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub, who will be moderating the session titled Introduction to the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Zeliha, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much. So I think we are ready to get started. So hello and welcome, and thank you for being here. So this is the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And we are very excited to have a full program and try to touch all main issues in these 3 days. And we hope you enjoy. Well, my name is Zeliha Aydin. I'm from UNDP, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to this session on behalf of UNDP Istanbul and Bangkok Regional Hubs, and also UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. So following the practices of the annual Forum on Business and Human Rights, we also wanted to have an introductory session on UN Guiding Principles on business and human rights, as this is a growing agenda, and all sessions are based on this on the 3 pillars of the UN Guiding Principles. So therefore, we want to give those who might not be as familiar as the UN Guiding Principles as others chance to have a good understanding of the UN Guiding Principles, and also enable you to engage and participate in the event over the next few days. So in this session, we will provide brief information on what are the guiding principles, where they are coming from, what is the really big deal about them, and why so many people are discussing implementation. So in that regard, I will give floor to Sinisha and Harpreet, Business and Human Rights Specialists of the UNDP, for a short presentation and on origin and key components of the UN Guiding Principles. And after presentation, we will be happy to answer your questions. So please use Q&A box And please don't hold back if you have any questions. So floor is yours. Thank you.
Shanisha, you are on mute. Sorry.
Apologies. Thank you. So thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Zaliha. It's our pleasure to be able to kick off the regional forum with this session on the UN Guiding Principles. I will ask our colleagues from Inside Pact. We would like to begin actually by playing a short video developed by the UNDP Business and Human Rights team in Asia on the guiding principles. So to give you a light introduction to the UN Guiding Principles before Harpreet and I get into the nitty-gritty a bit later on. So if I could ask our colleagues to play the video now. Thank you.
The Asia-Pacific region has long benefited from pro-growth policies, foreign investment, and a strong labor force. Millions of people have been lifted out of poverty, but the gains have come at a cost, especially for human rights. In some countries, economic growth has been accompanied by significant human rights abuses by business operations. In the past, responsibility for addressing human rights abuses by business operations has been the subject of fierce debates. All that changed in 2011 with the introduction of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights that were unanimously adopted by the Human Rights Council. The Guiding Principles provide a framework to address and improve human rights standards in the business sector. They define the state's duty to protect human rights in business operations, a business's responsibility to respect human rights, and for both to provide remedies for when violations occur. The Guiding Principles provide a way for businesses to contribute to the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. For example, anti-discrimination policies at the workplace that boost gender equality and empower women in support of SDG 5. Monitoring and auditing of supply chains to eradicate forced labor. As a result, businesses create good work opportunities and support economic growth in support of SDG 8. As businesses set up grievance mechanisms and complaint systems to respect rights, they prevent disputes from turning into crises and conflicts, contributing to SDG 16. UNDP is focused on promoting the UN's guiding principles by providing technical advice to governments, developing policies, due diligence processes and remedies for businesses, and supporting civil society organizations and human rights defenders to improve accountability. UNDP is strengthening both businesses and human rights to promote a sustainable future.
Thank you. That was a video, as I mentioned, developed by our colleagues by UNDP in Asia, obviously referred to Asia, but the introduction to the UN Guiding Principles is valid all the same, and we thought it would provide you with a little bit of a glimpse into what we're going to talk about now. So now I would like to ask our colleagues to put up our presentation. As you can see, we'll have a fair amount to get through. Harpreet and I will talk for about 30-35 minutes, and then we hope to have some time for questions, your questions after that. So please send your questions to the Q&A box, as was mentioned, and we would be happy to answer them at the end with the time that we have left. So if we could go to the next slide. We just briefly, the content of the presentation, we will lead up to what the UN Guiding Principles are by talking about the key developments and the contours of relationship between business and human rights, for those wondering what that relationship is. Leading up to the development of the UN Guiding Principles as the main framework on the subject internationally, and then giving you a brief primer on the body that's been set up to oversee their implementation, the UN Working Group. So if we can go to the next slide. There's obviously some people, in business, I have friends working for corporations, they ask, what do businesses have to do with human rights? And well, I mean, businesses impact human rights in a range of ways, some positive, some negative. We've noted some here. Obviously, the lists are much bigger, but on the positive side, companies can provide decent jobs, incomes for workers and their families. They can advance development by creating new roads and so on. So there's a range of positive ways in which companies can influence human rights. On the other hand, their impacts, as all of you probably know if you're attending this seminar, can be negative. We've all heard the horror stories about the use of forced labor and child labor in supply chains. We know about companies that pollute rivers and waterbeds and so on, depriving communities of their drinking supply. We've heard of companies preventing unions from setting up and harassing union leaders, or even cooperating and having them killed and so on. So there's a range of ways in which companies impact human rights. We will, if we go to the next slide, we have a little bit of an illustration here into the kinds of the industries that we have. So travel, tourism, hospitality, transportation, energy, and so on. Some of them are listed here. And then the impacts that they have on various rights. So these can be the right to privacy, freedom of expression, and so on. As you can see, the list is essentially endless. So there's a range of links between the corporate sector and businesses in general and human rights, businesses, small and medium enterprises included. If we go to the next slide, the second question we get after what is the link is, well, why should we care? It's not our business to promote human rights. Well, I mean, there's a so-called business case for respecting human rights. And that business case comes down essentially to three kinds of risks. So the principal idea is that businesses can manage risks by respecting human rights. And what kinds of risks are we talking about? Well, one are operational risks, because human rights violations can lead to community grievances, project delays, cancellations, and so on. Another one is a legal risk. Companies can be held liable for violating human rights, or they can be engaged in long drawn-out lawsuits. And even when not found liable, this can create a negative image, which can lead us to the third kind of risk, which is a reputational risk, because the company's involvement in human rights violations, even if it doesn't give rise to legal liability, can harm its reputation and eventually harming its share price, value, and so on. And we've put up a little, poster here of the so-called McLibel 2. This was a well-known trial in the United Kingdom of two activists who protested McDonald's. They handed out leaflets. They were Greenpeace activists. They handed out leaflets claiming that McDonald's has negative impacts on the environment, that it doesn't treat its staff well, and so on. And they were sued by McDonald's. There was a 10-year trial, which was the longest libel trial in English history. McDonald's eventually won and was awarded a mere £40,000 in damages, which it refused to collect. But the damage to its reputation was such that even though it won in court, it eventually lost because of the perception that was created about McDonald's as a corporate actor being irresponsible, and so on. So these are the kinds of risks that can be created and reasons, the so-called business case, why businesses should care about human rights. Now, if we go to the next slide, we've actually outlined the kinds of impacts that businesses have on human rights and the kinds of risks they face in our region, in the East Europe and Central Asia region. Here are just some stories that we have on businesses here being faced with negative press. We have a case of Turkish Airlines recently during the pandemic telling airlines to think about sacking its foreign pilots and foreign staff first. If we go to the next slide, we can see that there's been controversies about A1 Telecom in Belarus shutting down internet access during protests, which has led to charges of it violating protesters' freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and so on. So there were demands by NGOs that A1 Austria Telecom, which is the parent company of A1 Belarus Telecom, should be held accountable for this. If we go to the next slide, there was outcry over the huge Russian mining company Norilsk Nickel, their spill in their mines recently, and there were outcries about it being held accountable because this spill was apparently caused by poor construction. So these issues are certainly no stranger to our region. And if we go to the next slide, we can see why, we'll talk a bit about how we got here. So what is it that led us to this point where business and human rights are intertwined, and that we have this link and this connection made between them. So the first thing to bear in mind is that there's been a huge expansion of transnational corporations since World War II. According to OECD data, there were 7,000 transnational corporations in 1970, whereas in 2014, there were 230,000 corporations. And this is not only in the West or in the global North, as we like to call it at UNDP. Transnational corporations were eventually set up in the BRIC states, in Mexico, India, Brazil, China, others, Russia, and so on. So there's a vast range of transnational corporations active right now, and their impacts are being keenly felt all over the world. And eventually, this started to obviously be noticed, with a series of, let's say, landmark moments in business and human rights. We've noted some here. There's obviously a huge list to pick from. One of these, and this is the picture on the top, is the case of Chevron, or formerly Texaco, which basically between 1964 and 1992 unleashed what was called by some a toxic Chernobyl. It left over 600 unlined oil pits in the Amazon. It dumped over 68 billion liters of toxic production water into rivers. You can see how, what impact that had. And eventually, local communities sued in court in the US and Ecuador, in Canada eventually, to enforce the judgment. They won $9.5 billion in damages. So this case drags on, but Chevron has not yet paid up. So the impacts of this are being keenly felt to this day. Chevron bought Texaco in 2001, acquired Texaco, but it hasn't been able to shake the consequences of Texaco's actions in Ecuador in the second half of the 20th century. Another example that we noted here is the notorious killings of Coca-Cola union leaders in Colombia, where 8 union leaders were in Coca-Cola bottling plants were killed between 1989 and 2002. After protesting the company's labor practices, Coca-Cola was accused of colluding with paramilitary groups who were then allegedly the ones behind the killings. This case also went to court in the United States and has also harmed Coca-Cola's reputation tremendously. Just witnessed the Killer Coke website. And then third, a third case noted here is the Bhopal disaster in India. That's the bottom picture here. This is one that many of you are probably familiar with, where a chemical leak from a Union Carbide pesticide plant ended up gassing thousands of people to death. And the consequences there are still felt to this day. Dow Chemical, which is the parent company of Union Carbide, has not acknowledged liability, and this case also continues to drag on, both in court and politically. So if we go to the next slide, these were important moments, but there were 2 perhaps watershed moments that led the transition to what we have now, the framework that we have now. One is of the so-called Ogoni 9. This was a very well covered case in the press in the 1990s, where Shell, which had been exploring for oil and extracting oil in Nigeria, in the Ogoni region of Nigeria, was accused of colluding basically with security forces to have local activists, the so-called Ogoni 9, suppressed, and the Ogoni 9 were eventually charged with murder on possibly trumped-up charges. They were executed. The most prominent member was Ken Saro-Wiwa, and this received a huge amount of attention and harmed Shell's standing internationally. It received a lot of negative press and so on. And the other, let's say, notable case that was possibly a watershed moment was the case of so-called sweatshop labor. This isn't necessarily restricted to one business. It had to do with a range of brands, but there was a story and this notorious photo of a 12-year-old boy in Pakistan sewing a Nike ball in Life magazine, back when magazines used to be important and noted. This photo attracted a lot of attention and eventually led to the development of codes of conduct, which we'll talk about next. So all of these cases and watershed moments led activists and some businesses and NGOs, but mostly NGOs, activists, and trade unions to try to develop a governance structure to deal with this issue. How could we prevent these abuses? And if we go to the next slide, we'll see what the responses were. There was a whole range of attempted responses, some of which were successful, some which failed, leading us to where we are now. Let's say the first of these that we want to highlight is the UN Code of Conduct for Transnational Corporations. So there was already a UN attempt from 1974 onwards to develop a coherent response to this. This process dragged on for 19 years. It was eventually abandoned in 1993 without success. But in the meantime, in the 1970s, let's say just subsequently to that, there were two major pieces of the governance framework governing this issue, one of which is the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, which are still very much enforced to this date. They set up a range of standards for corporations to, or a range of recommendations for corporations to adhere to, and uniquely have national contact points in 49 countries that corporations can, that can resolve disputes between businesses and communities through mediation, conciliation, and so on. Another one is the ILO Declaration of Multinational Enterprises. It relies on international labor standards codified by the International Labor Organization, the ILO, and is also an important piece of the governance framework. Subsequent to that, we had the rise of corporate social responsibility, and we talk a bit about that, and I'm sure our opening speakers will remark upon that. And I think possibly a lot of the participants here think of corporate social responsibility as business and human rights. We like to say that business and human rights is CSR 2.0. The key difference being that corporate social responsibility has to do with do-goodery, philanthropy, charity, and the idea that a corporation can do good. Whereas, as Harpreet and I will outline, business and human rights has to do with the actual responsibilities of the corporation to do no harm, and then some positive obligations as well. After that, in the 1990s, we saw the initial codes of conduct developed by trade unions and companies, which had policies of their own. And then we had multi-stakeholder initiatives where corporations, trade unions, NGOs got together to basically try to set up some sort of framework to tackle these issues. This was followed by the UN Global Compact in 2000, where corporations signed up to 10 principles after the then UN Secretary General Kofi Annan spoke of the need to tackle this issue, and corporations report on these, eventually leading to the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which were unanimously adopted in 2011. And I'll now ask my colleague Harpreet to start talking about those. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Tanisha, and good morning, everyone. And thanks, Tanisha, for sort of really laying down the business case for investing in business and human rights. But maybe let's just take a pause and reflect on the current situation. If you look at it, the COVID-19 pandemic not only has magnified existing inequalities in our economic development model that feeds discrimination, marginalization, exploitation of workers, and gender-based violence, but also has brought into stronger focus the crucial role that businesses have in ensuring the respect for human rights. While governments and businesses' responses to the pandemic have been varied in all across the world, but I think one thing is very, very clear that putting human rights is at the center of such responses, and that has never been as great a priority before. And I think what Shanisha was also, in his last slide was essentially saying that that the UN guiding principles or this discourse did not arise out of a vacuum or developed in a vacuum, and that there have been efforts from the UN agencies but various other stakeholders, and there have been efforts in place. Since decades. So it was in 2005. Actually, I cannot see my. Elizabeth, can you continue sharing the slide, please? Sure, thanks. Thanks. So it was in 2005 that, in an attempt to overcome the diverse debate regarding the human rights responsibilities of business, the Human Rights Commission requested the appointment of the Secretary General, on the issue of human rights and the TNCs. It was in July 2005 that Professor John Ruggie was appointed in this position. In 2008, on completion of his, and he was at that point of time in 2005, Professor Ruggie was appointed to identify and clarify existing standards and practices with regards to business and human rights. In 2008, on completion of his 3-year mandate, Professor Ruggie presented the Protect, Respect and Remedy framework, and in the following slides, we'll talk in detail about them. But this framework was seen as a conceptual way to anchor the debate around the responsibilities of corporates as well. But also what happened in 2008, that when Professor Ruggie presented the Protect, Respect and Remedy framework, the Human Rights Council welcomed Ruggie's report and extended his mandate until 2011 with the task of operationalizing and promoting the framework. So the idea was that once you do have this framework, which I said, which as I mentioned we would talk about in detail, but he was tasked to provide concrete recommendations on how the state could prevent abuse by the private sector. He was also asked to elaborate on the scope of corporate responsibilities and to explore options for effective remedies to those impacted by corporate human rights abuse. Over the next 3 years, between 2008 and 2011, Professor Ruggie held extensive consultations around the world with a range of stakeholders, including governments, civil society organizations, businesses, industry associations. And in 2011, he presented the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. When Professor Ruggie presented the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, he stated that the guiding principles normative contribution lies not in the creation of new international law obligations. So he did not ask for creation of new international law obligations at that time, but in elaborating on the implications of existing standards and practices for states and businesses, integrating them with a single logically coherent and comprehensive template, and identifying where the current regime falls short and how it could be improved. The guiding principles were unanimously endorsed by the Human Rights Council in 2011. In fact, this June 2021 would be the 10th anniversary of Business and Human Rights, and there has been all kinds of conversations about what's been the progress, what has been the progress in the last decade, but how do we also inform the business and human rights discourse in the years to come? Next slide, please. So what are these UN guiding principles? The guiding principles, as I said, respect on the Protect, Respect and Remedy framework that was introduced by Professor John Ruggie. These are essentially a set of 31 principles that are directed at states and companies and clarify their duties, their responsibility to protect and respect human rights in the context of the business-related human rights, in the context of business activities, and also ensure access to an effective remedy for individuals and groups affected by such activities. Now, a lot of time, many businesses have sort of asked questions about what kind of businesses does it cover? But the UNGPs applies to all the business, irrespective of their size and scale, and also covers all human rights. It does not give preference, or it doesn't give prioritization to one right over other, and that kind of takes into the human rights principle, takes the foundational principle of human rights, that no right has a precedence over another right. So the guiding principles, as I said, are these 31 principles directed both at the states as well as the governments. Next slide, please. So what is this Protect, Respect and Remedy framework? So when Professor Ruggie, so the Protect, Respect and Remedy framework essentially rests on 3 pillars. The first pillar is Protect, which is, it highlights the state duty to protect, which says that the states have a duty. this is also the moment to just reflect on how states do have the duty, and then they remain the primary duty bearers to protect against human rights abuses against actors, including the businesses. How can states help in, or how can states fulfill their duty to protect? By developing policies, by adjudication, regulation, bringing in legislation on different issues. And we'll talk in detail about the national action plans, which is also one of the key, elements, or one of the key ways for states to fulfilling its duty to protect against human rights abuses caused by businesses. The second pillar essentially talks about the responsibility of businesses. So this is the second pillar, is the corporate responsibility to respect. It calls upon businesses to respect human rights, and it provides the complementary role to businesses. The states should take additional steps to ensure that state-owned enterprises do not violate human rights. And it basically says that when the states should set expectations that the state operate, that the SOCs respect human rights throughout their operations. Even more, because they should be the role models on human rights. There should be a requirement of human rights due diligence at home and abroad, both for the SOEs. There should be a requirement for systematic disclosure and reporting on ESG and human rights, and that actually you would see there's across many regions, you would see there's been a big development on disclosure and reporting procedures. At the same time, there should be a requirement on remedy, which means that the state-owned enterprises should fully cooperate with judicial as well as non-judicial grievance mechanisms, and they should provide remediation for abuses as well. Next slide, please. The pillar one also calls upon states should exercise adequate oversight when they outsource privatized services having a bearing on human rights. So, for example, services like water, services like education, when the states decide to privatize these services, it's the duty of the states to continue providing an adequate oversight when they privatize these services, because they do have a direct bearing on human rights. Next slide, please. The next one is really the principle 9, where it says that the states should maintain adequate domestic policy space to meet their human rights obligations when business-related policy objectives within other states or businesses enterprises, for instance, through investment treaties and contracts. Basically means that when states, when the states are entering into investment treaties or these investment or they're looking at these contracts, they should remember, and they should sort of think about the duty to protect human rights, even while they're negotiating these they're negotiating particularly the investment treaties in collaboration with other states as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so one of the key ways that the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights expect the states to fulfill their duty to protect human rights is through development of the national action plans on business and human rights. Now, can we move on to the next slide, please? So the national action plans are essentially an evolving policy strategy to protect against adverse human rights impact by business enterprises. It calls for a coordinated and coherent government leadership. When during the process of development of national action plans, they ask for both policy as well as the vertical coherence when they're developing the national action plan. The crux, or I think what makes the national action plans different from another one is really the extent of the stakeholder consultation and the transparency that has been that has been addressed, particularly when we are developing the national action plan. So when the states are developing the national action plan, they must include multi-stakeholder consultations, and there are great examples in various regions on how countries that have conducted the national baseline assessments, where they essentially identify the status of business and human rights in their particular states, but then also engaged, the different stakeholders through consultations and meaningful and participatory processes and resulted in transparent consultations that have a much better national action plans than the others. Also, the national action plans should not be seen as a one-off exercise. This is again a process of continuous monitoring and evaluation, continuously monitoring as well as implementation. The UN Guiding Principles also calls upon the states to develop the content of the NAP, particularly in the context of the UN Guiding Principles. So it should be compatible with the UN Guiding Principles. In fact, if you look at the existing national action plans, many of them have, many of them follow the 3-pillar framework, but there's no one set principles on how these national action plans should look like. They should also be context specific based on the baseline assessments, and that's what I was addressing when that in fact should be really the first step of development of the national action plans. Looking at the national baseline assessment, and many countries have done that, and there are very good examples, and there is guidance available on conducting this baseline assessment. The last but not the least is really the content of the NAPs should present a smart mix of mandatory as well as voluntary measures. And again, building on the states, building on what the countries already have, there should be a mix of mandatory as well as voluntary measures as the states develop their national action plans. And this is the working group portal where you can find more information about national action plan. Next slide, please. This is essentially, a snapshot of the national action plans that have been published, that have, that are in the process of developing a national action plan, and the ones that have other state-based, the other mechanisms, non-state mechanisms for developing the national action plans. If you look at it, really in your region in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, we hardly see any colored, sections, and that's essentially because there's hardly been any progress on the development of national action plans. Of course, Georgia has one, but also there are other countries that are in the process of development of the national action plans. But that's something that I think needs to be worked upon, and there are good examples, from other regions of the world where you can take lessons to develop the national action plan. And I think I'll stop here and pass it on to Shanisha to move on to the pillar 2, please. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Harpreet. So if we go to the next slide, we'd also just like to briefly apologize. Apparently the server was down, so our time is being cut. So I'll have to slightly rush through this, but I hope that's okay with all of you. So pillar 2, as Harpreet indicated, is essentially about what is it that's expected of corporations. So corporations, businesses have a responsibility to respect human rights. So just in case in the first bit of my presentation, I focus too much on the business case for human rights, there is an obligation on the part of businesses. That obligation is to respect human rights. Now, what does that mean? If we go to the next slide, in brief, we can see that business enterprises have the responsibility to respect all internationally recognized human rights. So that means the businesses have to get acquainted with what these are. For the sake of your guidance, you're well off starting with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and then the so-called International Bill of Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. So by way of example, these could include freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, the right to health, the right to work, and so on. The actual obligations of businesses are twofold if we want to break them down as simply as possible. One is to do no harm, so the golden rule, stretching back to biblical times and before. And the second is to address adverse human rights impacts. So if we go to the next slide, we'll see what that means. Essentially, there's a threefold obligation on the part of corporations, concretely. One, to have a policy commitment to respect human rights, and you see Guiding Principles 15-16 dealing with that. Second, to conduct human rights due diligence, this sort of buzzword term that has gained currency, and we'll talk about a bit more right now. And third, to have so-called remediation practices to address adverse human rights impacts. So essentially to right a wrong done to workers, communities, and so on. If we go to the next slide, we can see a bit more about, what is human rights due diligence. So, we don't have time to get into that. There's obviously whole toolkits and so on. But in brief, there's 4 steps. One, to identify and assess impacts. So corporations have fact-finding missions. They have, some of them have audits, third-party audits and so on. To integrate and act upon the findings. So essentially to incorporate these findings into their everyday work and to act upon them. So to address what they've seen, if there's any adverse human rights impacts. If you see, for instance, children working in a supplier factory, then you should address that with the supplier. You should make sure that it doesn't occur again, and so on. Tracking and monitoring. So to have a process of continuous improvement whereby you're essentially looking at what is going on and trying to monitor it, to have a monitoring evaluation team in place. And then communicating and reporting. And we'll see in a second what that means, because there's actually legal obligations when it comes to that, to reporting what goes on. So if we go to the next slide, we'll see that when it comes to the policy commitment, it's important that it's integrated and approved by the most senior level of the business enterprise. So this is not a kind of a human rights department of the corporation that's forgotten and stands alone in the corner. It's very important this is integrated throughout the corporation and is publicly communicated to employees as well as externally to consumers, customers, business partners, and so on. If we go to the next slide, we can see, a brief kind of primer of what is this should be remembered. The human rights due diligence should look at risks to rights holders, not to businesses. So there's obviously due diligence processes that a business usually carries out that look at risk to itself. These are risks to rights holders, so workers, communities, vulnerable people, and so on. It's ongoing, so it's not a one-time deal that you don't repeat again. It's an ongoing thing. You should consider potential impacts, so not just what your business is doing or its business relationships and partners, but actually what could happen as a result of, for instance, opening a factory somewhere or having a contract somewhere. Should cover most vulnerable groups, should prioritize areas. So businesses, especially depending on their size, are not expected to look at every human rights impact they can have, but they are, but they should prioritize the most important ones and the most serious ones. And then it should be said that human rights due diligence will vary according to the size, sector, and operating context. So there are some human rights that are more likely to be impacted depending on the industry, for instance, freedom of expression, right to privacy when it comes to big tech, and so on. If we go to the next slide, we can see that actually this has gone beyond a sort of a set of recommendations to legislation that's being increasingly adopted in countries, mostly in Europe, but that's a trend that's, it's spreading. To give you an idea, I mean, perhaps the most, well-known of these laws, you can see that the countries there, is the law in France, the so-called duty of vigilance law, and it asks companies to map risks, to have procedures that regularly assess the situation of subsidiaries, subcontractors, suppliers, and so on. It asks them to take appropriate actions to mitigate risks, prevent violations, to have an alert mechanism that collects potential or actual risks, and so on, and to have a monitoring scheme. And if a company doesn't publish its vigilance plan and so on, a judge can essentially order it to publish one within 3 months, and a judge can assess whether a company is appropriately fulfilling its obligations described in the law. So this is becoming a legal obligation. The one issue with all of this, unfortunately, is that the burden of proof is still on those, on those wishing to prove that a corporation is not fulfilling its obligations under the law, which is hard because they essentially have to acquire internal documents from a corporation. And this is an issue that's been, that's arisen in negotiations over a UN binding treaty, but we'll get onto that a bit later. If we go on to the next slide, we can essentially sum up that, even though these are obligations created by the UN guiding principles, they're good for businesses. Many businesses have said that they welcome them because they're concrete. They define expectations. They now know what's expected to them. And they can begin to facilitate dialogue with workers, communities on a basis of sort of shared values and expectations, helping them to manage the risk that we outlined before. So I'll now hand back to my colleague Harpreet to talk about the third pillar. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you move on to the next slide, please? Okay, so really, I've just been told that there are sort of some 10 minutes left, so we'll try to wrap it up and see if we can have more time for question and answer. But essentially, the pillar three, as I initially it
Hi, Harpreet. Oh, I think we can hear you now, maybe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can't hear anyone. Can you go on to the next slide, please? Sure. So as I was saying, sorry, I think there's a problem with my microphone. So let me know when you can, if you cannot hear me. But essentially but essentially what Shanisha also said in the beginning on the pillar two is, the focus has to be on the right holders. Similarly, the access to effective remedy, when we're looking at access to effective remedy, the right holders should really be at the central to the remedy. Rights without remedy do not mean much in practice. So that means that, when you're looking at these, when we're looking at the state duty to protect or whether the corporate responsibility to reflect to respect human rights, if we do not have mechanisms to effective remedies in cases of corporate human rights abuses, then this wouldn't mean anything in practice. That the UN guiding principles also calls upon companies to establish effective operational level grievance mechanisms. Next slide, please. Sure. So there are essentially sort of looking at three different ways to, or three different mechanisms to access remedy. This would include the state-based judicial mechanisms, which would be your courts, but then also the state-based non-judicial mechanisms that could be, the labor inspectorates, the consumer protection bodies, often also very, very specific to different business sectors, mechanisms for resolving environmental disputes, government ombudsman services, and complaint mechanisms established under special purposes. So these are the different ways of these are the different state-based non-judicial mechanisms that are available. But then also the non-state-based judicial, the non-state-based grievance mechanism that could also be utilized for for accessing remedies. In fact, one of the UN working group reports, they really sort of talk about a bouquet of remedies, saying that when you're looking or when you're putting the right holders at the central, at the center of remedies, you should be able to offer them a bouquet of remedies, and the right holders should have the freedom um, to choose the remedy and the path that they want to follow in their. Next slide, please. So these are essentially some of the principles that we need to sort of look at when we're looking at the remedy. It should be legitimate, where it should enable trust from the stakeholder groups for whose use they are intended, but then also being accountable for the fair conduct of grievance processes. They should be accessible, which means that they should be known to all stakeholder groups for whose they are intended, and should also provide adequate assistance for those who may have particular barriers to access. And this is particularly true for the marginalized sections of the society where the state where the parties providing or facilitating access to remedy must ensure that they are also accessible. Also, the remedies should be predictable. That means that it should provide a clear and known procedure for an indicative time frame. Each time frame actually also for each stage, and there should be clarity on the types of processes and outcomes available, and as well as the means of monitoring and evaluation. The also again should be transparent, should also be sort of as I said, timely, adequate, but should also be determined with reference to the needs of the right holder seeking justice. They should also They should also ensure that the victims that have, that the victims should not should not have any fear of victimization in seeking remedies, and should have the confidence and the trust in accessing remedies. As I said initially, a bouquet of remedies should be available, and no single remedy may be effective. And remedies should combine preventive, redressive, as well as deterrent elements as well. Next slide, please. This is just essentially, when in 2011 the UN Guiding Principles were launched, the Council also established the Working Group on Business and Human Rights that essentially has 5 members with regional representation. They have the mandate to promote the guiding principles, but then also disseminate, implement, and embed guiding principles in the larger global governance. The working group undertake various methods. They take country visits, they prepare annual reports, they also guide the annual forums and the regional forums. In fact, this is another example of how UN Working Group has collaborated with UNDP to sort of launch the first regional forum in the region, but then also support development in national action plan. But and also they undertake also complaints mechanisms. So just on the last slide, here's the information about the working group members, and then you can reach out to them. And yeah, thank you. Yep, and thank you very much. Any questions? Happy to answer.
Unfortunately, we don't have time. So thank you very much, Sinisha. Thank you very much, Harpet, for the comprehensive presentation on introduction of the UN Guiding Principle. We will have more chance to elaborate different pillars of the guiding principle in the next coming days. So I'm sure the questions can be addressed in the next coming sessions. So thank you very much. And then I'm just giving floor to Kavya for the technical announcement.
Thank you, Zaliha. Thank you all. This concludes our session, Introduction to UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Welcome everyone again. Thank you for joining us for the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, making human rights a priority for business. I'm Kavya and I'll be your technical facilitator today. If you have any questions for the speakers and panelists, please use the Q&A function. If you have any questions about Zoom or require technical assistance, please feel free to privately message Kavya Insight Pack for help using the chat box. We will be providing English and Russian live interpretation throughout the forum. To listen to today's session in Russian, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, which is a globe icon, and select Russian. Similarly, to listen to today's session in English, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, again the globe icon, and select English. I will now pass the floor to Bob Bernardo, team leader for Governance and Peacebuilding team at the UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub, who will be moderating the high-level opening plenary. Bob, the floor is yours.
Kavya, thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues, and we are very pleased to welcome you all to the first Regional Forum on Business and Human Rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. This forum is co-hosted by the Istanbul and Bangkok regional hubs of UNDP, and we are co-organizing this forum with the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. We have over 350 people registered at this event from countries in our region and beyond, from various sectors, intergovernmental organizations, civil society, private sector, academia, governments, among others. So there's huge interest in this forum, and we are so pleased to be co-organizing this with partners. We're also live streaming the event on our webpage, so feel free and share the links with your respective networks. As you are aware, the sessions will take place for 3 days, over 3 hours each day. But I'm also pleased to acknowledge the contribution of our partners. We will have side events with them over those 3 days to have deep thematic dives on a number of topics. Today, for example, we will have a side event with International Organization of Employers on the issue of collective action, the do's and don'ts to strengthen partnerships for addressing systemic challenges. Tomorrow, Tuesday, we're going to have the side event with the Belgrade Center on Human Rights with a topic on from voluntarism to obligation, business and human rights in Southeastern Europe. And on Wednesday, we're going to have a side event by the Business and Human Rights Lab at Yaroslav Mudry National Law University of Ukraine with a topic on migration and forced labor, building an effective response in the Eastern Europe and Central Asia region. We are very pleased to invite you to these side events as well. I am now very pleased to welcome you to the high-level plenary session of this forum. The objective of this session is to frame the meeting's discussions around priority issues in global and regional responsible business practice, with emphasis on growing momentum worldwide, especially in Europe, towards improving corporate human rights performance through mandatory human rights due diligence. More specifically, the session will cover a general overview of the global and regional trends, the increasing number of national action plans, commitments by businesses, and the growing role of national human rights institutions and civil society organizations. We're also going to talk about the new decade of action with the UN guiding principles, the next decade business and human rights by the UN Working Group, and an issue very close to everyone's heart now, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on business and human rights, and how the global crisis can stimulate the major attention towards responsible business practices. We're going to have 5 speakers for today's high-level opening plenary. Each speaker is expected to make a maximum of 5 minutes presentation. All the presentations will be followed by a 20-minute plenary discussion. And if you have any feedback, questions, or comments, please use the chat box, the Q&A field, or raise your hand to be recognized so we can field your questions or comments. Let me now introduce you to our esteemed panel for today, for this session. May I ask the panelists to just maybe turn on their videos when I introduce them. And then I will call on you one by one later for your respective presentations. I will not be mentioning the specific expertise and background of each of our panelists. We might run out of time. Each of them carry with them very long, very strong expertise and background in business and human rights. But you will be able to see their profile in the event website. May I first call on Aggie? Maybe Aggie, can you turn your video on?
Yes.
Aggie is the Deputy Director of the UNDP Europe and Central Asia. Thanks for joining us, Aggie. May I also call on Roberto Suarez Santos. Roberto is the Secretary General of the International Organizations of Employers. Thank you, Roberto, for joining us too.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
May I also call on Wolfgang Binzal, Head of Division, Business and Human Rights of the Federal Foreign Office of Germany. Wolfgang.
Good morning, everybody. Hello. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Salome Zurabishvili, the Executive Director of the Civil Development Agency of Georgia. Salome, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salome. We also have Anita Ramasastry, the Chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. Unfortunately, Anita sends her regrets. She's not able to join us live, but she has sent a video recording for her intervention. Thank you very much, panelists. Without further ado, let me call on Ms. Aggie Veres to give us the opening remarks for this high-level opening plenary. And Aggie, maybe you can share with us also why the UN Global Principles on Business and Human Rights are important to the ECIS region, and what is UNDP's vision and goals in promoting their implementation in partnership with global and regional actors. Thank you. Over to you, Aggie.
Thank you very much, Bob, and thank you very much for having me at this forum. And my pleasure to be on the first panel with very distinguished speakers that I'm looking forward to also hearing from. As you all know, and as you all heard at the introduction, I think business and human rights carries a very important role in our way and in our response to the challenges of the development situations in the countries where we work in. And I do believe that this particular global situation that we are in today, the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, has not just had a devastating consequences across the world as well in our region on various aspects, but especially has strengthened the need for working with the private sector and had a particular big impact on jobs and income from labor lost. We know that based on the analysis of ILO, we have nearly 19 million full-time equivalent jobs and 10.6% income from labor that has been lost. So worldwide, this pandemic has set back many countries in their implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. This is the same challenge that we face in this region in Europe and Central Asia, and we need to face this challenge, but take it as also an opportunity to build back better to achieve the SDGs, but also specifically to address the adverse effects that we're seeing now emerging. So we are aware of the challenge, and we are also fully aware that recovering from the pandemic and achieving the SDGs can only be done with the full participation of and engagement of the private sector, so that we engage across various actors, various players that can address the challenges. And I also must note that beyond helping us build back better from the pandemic, there are many other crises that cannot be overturned if businesses do not act responsibly. These include global crises, such as the over-reliance on fossil fuels, the impacts of the expansion of big tech, environmental degradation, as well as crises in our region where the interface, as we know, between business, economy, and human rights are significantly intertwined. So just to quote a few particular issues that we're facing in this region, one such crisis is the population in Eastern Europe, with Albania, Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia and Ukraine being among the world's 10 fastest shrinking populations. We cannot meet this challenge unless businesses secure decent jobs by respecting the labor rights and combat discrimination against women in the workplace in these countries in accordance with the UN guiding principles of business and human rights. So this is just one example, but I think this example is to underpin the need to focus on business and human rights, where the expectation is for businesses to act responsibly and to integrate into their business practices sustainable principles. In our region specifically, we are also host to ongoing and protracted conflicts resulting to large displaced populations. And at the same time, we also see how business communities, particularly at the local level, have supported the displaced in various ways. There is definitely a role in business in every area of the challenges that these countries face, and they could play a critical role both as drivers of conflict and addressing it, while also playing critical roles in the recovery and consolidation of peace in these areas. At the same time, the private sector and businesses also need our support to be able to adapt and succeed in integrated responsible business principles in their business practices. This is a crucial intersection where ourselves as a development agency and other actors that will speak after me and private sector actually have a very common interest. And we also have complementary expertise that was not something that maybe even 5 years ago was thought of. What can the UN offer to businesses? But I think, we see more and more that there is this need to work together, and there is this complementarity of bringing sustainable practices while acknowledging, of course, what our business is driven by mostly, which is, of course, businesses are there to do business. So in that context, I think the importance of the business and human rights framework is emerging. And also just personally, I have seen this interest growing over the past 5 years. While 5 years ago, we would have gone to our business partners and the private sector explaining to them and trying to convince them of the importance of these principles, Now we are seeing the private sector and businesses coming to us and asking how we can work together to integrate these practices. So this is a great sign. And I think especially in response to the pandemic, a number of companies have acted proactively and generously, ensuring that their workers' salaries are paid and that their suppliers are paid for the orders completed despite the circumstances. However, while some businesses acted responsibly, others have resorted to cost-cutting and severe measures that negatively impact human rights standards in trying to protect the bottom line. This mixed record shows that not all businesses can be expected to act responsibly, and indicates the need for a comprehensive framework on business and human rights, while we also need to acknowledge the difficult situations they are in. So they do need incentives, they need tools and ways of dealing with this very difficult situation. The guiding principles on business and human rights are therefore very useful and timely in providing such a frame of reference. I believe that they are the touchstone upon which we at the UN conduct our work in the area of business and human rights, and have become the world's most authoritative framework to guide standards and practices in addressing adverse business impacts on human rights. These guiding principles were recognized by the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as one means of implementation, which only accentuates the need to intensify their realization. This is true for our region as well. There are positive developments in our region where promising advances have been made in many places. Georgia and Ukraine, for example, have been working on developing a national action plan on business and human rights. National human rights institutions have increasingly been doing their part with these institutions, for example, in Albania, Armenia, Georgia, and Ukraine, among others, addressing individual complaints, monitoring the human rights impact of businesses, and holding public hearings. Civil society has also taken up the issue as well, with the Belgrade Center for Human Rights developing a national baseline assessment, and NGOs from Belarus and North Macedonia issuing country guides on business and human rights. In Turkey, civil society was instrumental to convening the first ever national dialogue on business and human rights, while UNDP's self-assessment for business and human rights, due diligence, and COVID-19 approach has been piloted by businesses in the country. So this gives me a lot of hope, because we have already success and we have already ways to show how this approach can be beneficial for businesses and for the citizens and for the people living in these countries. These are some of the positive developments of our region in business and human rights. But beyond that, of course, the European Union is driving the change with some of its member states, including France and the UK, introducing domestic legislations and recent proposals to introduce EU directive in mandatory human rights due diligence. So these proposals are increasingly backed by forward-looking businesses, including many of these that are present at this forum. It will be very important to recognize also their experience and see what else we as the ecosystem around this issue can support. Now, just to speak a little bit about UNDP's role, we are really delighted to play a role that is driving this process forward our region, and we believe that the UN guiding principles on business and human rights provide countries with clear guidance on setting new standards and practices in addressing adverse business impacts on human rights. So this inaugural forum signifies our intent to strengthen this, intensify efforts to help implement the guiding principles in our region, and partnerships are absolutely crucial in this regard. So we have partnered with the UN Working Group to produce a roadmap for the next decade, and we have been going to continue to hold consultations globally with a wide variety of stakeholders on the priorities, should be for states, businesses, civil society, and so forth. I really would like to thank this UN Working Group and the co-organizers for their support for this forum. We see a role as a convener of key stakeholders, including ENNHRI, OHCHR, ILO, and OECD in these efforts to advance it. And we are, of course, welcome other partnerships to build a strong foundation that are walking the talk and implementing these principles. Beyond this forum, we will continue to advocate and foster for meaningful partnerships with all of you on responsible business practices and principles. So I really hope this forum is just a beginning. I see the opportunities are immense, and I hope that this forum will allow us to identify specific entry points, specific opportunities for all of us to take the next steps forward in this journey, and to see how we can work together with businesses, some who are already fully embracing human rights principles, and some that need a little bit more collaboration and collaborative efforts, but with the ultimate aim that no one should be left behind. Thank you very much. Back to you, Bob.
Aggie, thank you so much. Thank you for providing a strategic framing for the event and for highlighting the important role of the private sector when addressing and achieving the SDGs across various areas, whether they be on environment, social, economic, conflict dimensions. And these are very important points. But also to recognize the nature of businesses. I think that's an important point that you mentioned. How do we see the businesses contributing to this agenda going forward, while recognizing what businesses are for? At the same time, asking how can we support them going forward, so it's not just a one-way street for this partnership. It's great to hear UNDP's work on business and human rights in the region, and as you mentioned, we hope that this forum could further catalyze more engagement and partnership in this topic going forward. Thank you so much, Aggie. Let us now listen to one of our co-organizers, Anita. As I mentioned earlier, Anita is not able to join us, but Anita is the chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. She has prepared a video recording. So let us listen to this short video from Anita. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues and friends, I'm honored to deliver opening remarks at the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. I address you in my capacity as chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. We are a group of 5 independent experts from different regions, including Eastern Europe. We would like to congratulate UNDP for organizing this forum, especially in the current challenging circumstances with the global COVID-19 pandemic. This is a very important gathering, bringing together a range of stakeholders on a very timely issue, not only for this region, but for the whole world. The working group is pleased to be part of it and have also had the opportunity to collaborate with UNDP in the preparation of this event. Together with UNDP, our ambition is to support what we call regional races to the top among governments and businesses. We want to drive responsible business conduct that respects people and the planet. We already have established platforms for multi-stakeholder dialogue and practice sharing in Latin America, Southeast Asia, and South Asia. Let me begin by saying that this region of Eastern Europe and Central Asia is one that is close to my heart. I began my career working and living in the region and have many colleagues, students, and friends here. I have seen the remarkable transformation of many of your economies with the transition from socialist command economies to market-based ones. For a good number of years, I worked with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development as its legal advisor, assessing the pace of legal reform in different countries. Now, these changes and the rapid pace of economic liberalization, of course, always brings new challenges, including ones with regard to business respect for human rights. As investment has increased, so has the need to ensure that economic liberalization also takes into account negative impacts or harm to people. This is where business and human rights and the UN guiding principles play a critical role. My basic message today is that business and human rights is not just about companies doing good. It is not about corporate social responsibility. Corporate social responsibility, or CSR, is about voluntary actions a company chooses to take to be a good citizen, from charitable contributions to provision of services to local communities, perhaps, for example, providing education in a local area. But business and human rights is about when business is connected to harm and why it needs to address that. Our message is that it is critical for business to identify the harms it is causing, contributing to, or linked to, and to work to prevent and remedy those. This is the biggest challenge. We need to ensure business is not done at a cost to people's lives and well-being. So please remember this core concept. Business and Human Rights, or BHR, is about business doing no harm. This is respect for human rights. The working group is itself just coming out of another major event, the annual UN Forum on Business and Human Rights, which took place last week. Normally it's held in Geneva, but this year it was virtual. You can see the recordings online. Last week's event had the theme, Preventing Business-Related Human Rights Abuses, the Key to a Sustainable Future for People and Planet. Prevention of adverse impacts on people is fundamental for sustainable development. Prevention is also at the core of the guiding principles and their emphasis on proactive, ongoing action by states and business in fulfilling their respective duties and responsibilities. That was the working group's key message at the Global Forum last week. The UN Guiding Principles are a key tool for prevention of negative human rights impacts, and as a result are essential to a strategy for resilient recovery. The UN Secretary General has made prevention a key priority as well to prevent crises from escalating, saving lives and reducing suffering, and fulfilling the UN Charter. The working group's most recent report to the UN General Assembly focuses on the role of the guiding principles in conflict prevention and building sustainable peace. Sadly, that issue remains all too relevant globally and also in this region. COVID-19 has laid bare and amplified gross existing inequalities and discrimination. The crisis has highlighted the vulnerability of many people in workforces and value chains around the world. We need business and states to reframe business models to ensure that respect for human rights begins when government concessions are awarded to companies, when business contracts are executed with suppliers, and when workers are asked to take on essential tasks. We need human rights to be in the mix at all of these decision points. We also continue to face the ongoing climate and environmental crises, shrinking civic space, populism, corruption, conflict and fragility, and the yet unknown human consequences of technological disruption. The guiding principles provide an essential roadmap to ensure both that we navigate the current crisis with respect to people and that we will build better forward. Their three pillars tell us what is needed in practice. States must protect human rights, business should respect human rights, and victims need access to effective remedy. Of course, the Sustainable Development Goals also underline responsible business as a key part of the way forward. Colleagues and friends, the 16th of June 2021 will mark the 10th anniversary of the UN Guiding Principles. Their unanimous endorsement is an opportunity to reflect on progress and challenges to date, and more importantly, to plan and create a renewed push for scaled up global implementation going forward. This is why in July of this year, we launched what we call UNGPs 10+, or Next Decade BHR, a major project in collaboration with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and UNDP, and supported by Germany and Switzerland and other partners. It will result in two main outputs. First, a stock-taking report will be presented to the Human Rights Council in June 2021 by my colleague Dante Pesce, assessing achievements and failures to date, as well as obstacles and opportunities for leveraging faster and wider change in the coming years. This will be the groundwork for the second part, where we will develop a roadmap for the next decade that will provide strategic direction to all stakeholders. The roadmap will be launched on the 16th of June as well. The UNGPs 10+ project is well underway in gathering global inputs from a wide range of stakeholders to inform these two deliverables. I would like to draw your attention to our invitations to all interested parties to have their say through written contributions. We need your voice. We're pleased that this regional forum will also serve as stock taking for Eastern Europe and Central Asia and help inform UNGPs 10+. So your dialogue in this forum matters very much. Our conversations with stakeholders are making the big picture clearer. On the positive side, the guiding principles provide a globally agreed upon standard and baseline for what governments and businesses need to do to embed respect for human rights in a business context, something which didn't exist before 2011. We have the framework, we have the ground rules today. One of the most striking examples is the key guiding principles concept of corporate human rights due diligence. Introduced by the guiding principles, it is now at the center of regulatory developments in Europe, with increasing backing from business and investors. At the same time, we must acknowledge that the, quote, governance gaps that created the need to develop business and human rights still allow too many instances of business-related abuses across all sectors and across all regions. The many examples range from forced labor across global supply chains, violent attacks and legal harassment against human rights defenders, including union representatives, deaths of workers who were not provided with proper equipment during the COVID-19 pandemic. We still have too many negative examples. Likewise, prevention remains inconsistent. Relatively few governments are taking action beyond cosmetic endorsement of the guiding principles. Access to remedy for business-related harms is still a major and urgent challenge for achieving meaningful progress. Unless access to remedy for harms that have occurred improved, future prevention will be undermined. These persisting gaps reflect a problem of scale. A key finding coming out of the UNGPs 10+ to date is that the business and human rights movement has not succeeded in addressing the massive capacity building needed in many regions. Last week's forum had a session dedicated to developments in Eastern Europe. It reaffirmed that all of these challenges apply in this region. I would like to mention some of the key drivers of change that the working group has identified as integral to advancing business and human rights in the next decade. First, the smart mix prescribed by the guiding principles, government action, is gaining momentum, as demonstrated by the recent wave of mandatory human rights due diligence laws, not least in the EU. Second, we seek to shine a brighter light on the role, responsibility, and leverage of the financial system, particularly development, finance institutions, and institutional investors, in ensuring respect for human rights. Third, further efforts need to address policy coherence in business like in government, which remains a key challenge for scaling up positive impact. Business organizations can play a catalyst role in addressing this gap. I am glad that this regional forum supports the collective goal for the UN and for all of us that we need to use the guiding principles as a key prevention tool amidst the multiple crises we now face. It is imperative that all stakeholders in this region act. Very few states in this region have national action plans on business and human rights. I hope that this discussion here will pave the way for further and quick action from states to make policy commitments in business and human rights. I also hope that the business community will see the importance of sustainable markets needing to have the guiding principles as part of the recipe. And civil society is a critical partner to both governments and business in understanding impacts of economic activities on people. Thank you again for the invitation to be with you. I hope that your discussions will be constructive, fruitful, and pave the way for further action in this region. Thank you.
Thank you to Anita Ramasastry from the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. Anita mentioned quite a few substantive principles behind the guiding principles, but there are three that stand out to me. This is the drivers for business and human rights. This looks at smart mix, the role of the financial system, and policy coherence. I'm sure we'll go back to these three drivers in the course of the 3-day forum. But let me continue on with our next speaker. I would like to call on Wolfgang, Mr. Wolfgang Binzal, who is the head of the Division of the Business and Human Rights from the Federal Foreign Office of Germany. Wolfgang, can you please share with us the vision of EU and Germany towards improving corporate human rights performance through mandatory human rights due diligence? Over to you, Wolfgang. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert, and good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure and honor for me to address this audience. I have spent half of my career in the region, lately until 2019 in Kiev at the German embassy, so I'm very much interested in this topic. And to frame the discussion, I believe it is helpful to be aware that the perspective in the debate about business and human rights very much depends on the geography, on the country we are talking about. There are, of course, clear issues of human rights at the workplace in Germany, as cases of corona hotspots in meat processing companies have shown recently. At the same time, in Germany, discussions also focus on the question of due diligence obligations of companies domiciled in Germany vis-à-vis their value chains, reaching out into emerging markets, for example, and their own operations abroad. as a particular session at the recent forum on BHR, as mentioned by Anita Ramasastry, was also dedicated to this region. The discussions of business of human rights in many Eastern European and Central Asian countries rather focused on implementing the protection of human rights and in business process in the country itself. But both parts of the debate are clearly linked by the growing trade and investment relations between the neighboring regions of the European Union and Eastern Europe. As an example, I have observed in the last 5 years, when I was based in Kiev, the dynamic engagement of German automotive industry, creating tens of thousands of jobs in Ukraine. There is no doubt that it is for the benefit of both sides if Ukraine on its side protects the workers with an effective enforcement of a robust human rights legislation, and at the same time, German companies are obliged by German law to exert due diligence in their supply chain, including not only for their own production facilities, but also the local suppliers of their production capacities. And both processes would be mutually reinforcing, basing trade and investment and growth and the development of new markets on a solid human rights foundation, not only vis-à-vis of employees, but also of other people who may be affected by business activities. Human rights would be enhanced not only by the right incentives for companies to respect such role, but also by incentivizing governments to set the regulations accordingly in the region. I would like to stress that I strongly welcome, or we strongly welcome, the establishment of national action plans in the region, like for example in Georgia. And I understand that Ukraine is currently also in such a process. I know from our own experience that it is not an easy task. Germany has gone through an intensive debate of its own since 2016, when we established our national action plan on business and human rights. This is a document that spelled out obligations and commitments for authorities and business on 28 pages. The core of our national action plan consists of the expectation from German government of the fulfillment of 5 elements of human rights due diligence by enterprises, of course, emanating from the UN guiding principles. I will just quote them briefly here. That is first, public policy statement confirming the enterprise's resolve to meet its responsibilities. Secondly, the establishment of effective procedures to identify adverse effects on human rights. Third, on the basis of this analysis, measures to address potential or actual impacts on human rights related to business activities. And fourth, enterprise should report and communicate in public their risk analysis and their remedies. So there's an element of transparency, very important here. And fifth, companies should establish an effective grievance procedures. The implementation of the National Action Plan in Germany has been thoroughly monitored in 2019 and 2020. And I may say, unfortunately, the results of this monitoring were not to our satisfaction. The process did not meet criteria set beforehand. So although I have to say the results were consistent with comparable studies, as the study, for example, published by the European Commission in February this year. So that is why we took, the German government took the decision to consider now mandatory legislation requesting due diligence in the value chains of companies. We are currently in the midst of a debate of what would be the cornerstones of such a legal regulation. Not surprisingly, the exact legal consequences of human rights impacts due to a lack of due diligence are very controversial also in Germany. But what seems to be clear is that time has come now for a balanced and mandatory approach. Germany also very much welcomes an EU initiative regarding that was recently announced by Commissar Reinders regarding an EU directive on due diligence obligations by European enterprises. And we would also strongly support a European solution and will be happy to engage in the discussions on the European level. As EU presidency, we also support current efforts to design a new EU action plan to foster decent work and human rights in global supply chains. Such an action plan would help to embed a specific due diligence legislation in a broader policy context. One element of an EU action plan should be to reflect the UN guiding principles visibly in the EU external policy tools. Not least, we are committed in multilateral fora and support international organizations and their projects. And I'm glad Anita mentioned that we are supporting the UNGP 10+ initiative to spread and to develop coherent standards based on the UNGPs. In particular, we are happy to share further experience with our national action plan with any interested parties also from this region, Eastern Europe. Thank you very much.
Wolfgang, thank you so much. These are very, very important points, particularly when you talked about the interconnectivity of the issues that we are looking at, given the increasingly global, interconnected, and interdependent value and supply chains of various commodities. But also to recognize the country and local context and regulations. I certainly appreciate your frank sharing of the challenges that you're experiencing in Germany, for example, with regard to implementation of the national action plans. As many countries now try to go into developing their own national action plans, I think it's important for them also to learn from you and from the other countries who are pioneers on this, because this is a journey that I think we should grow together, not only as individual organizations, but as partners in trying to advance this important agenda forward. So thank you so much, Wolfgang. Let us now ask a representative from the civil society, Salome. Ms. Salome Zurabishvili was the executive director of the Civil Development Agency of Georgia, to share with us how the civil society can improve its role to be a partner to businesses and states in addressing human rights risks and remedy abuse. Salome, over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to participate in the opening plenary of the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, with the theme making human rights a priority for business. I would like to thank United Nations Development Programme and the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights for organizing the forum, and which is specific to our region, since usually we do face common challenges in the region. We have quite a diverse audience today involving business, government, civil society, and international organizations. Some years of work in the field of business and human rights has illustrated that respect for human rights can be achieved only through meaningful involvement of all relevant stakeholders. The coordination and partnerships are key to achieving success. As it was mentioned, I represent a civil society organization, but also Global Compact Network Georgia, the local network of the UN Global Compact, the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, launched by former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, in 2000. The initiative is a call to companies to align their strategies and operations with universal principles principles on human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption, and take actions that advance societal goals. It is important to highlight that the initiative is multi-stakeholder in nature, uniting business and non-business participants. The importance of partnerships to achieve sustainable development was emphasized in the UN Agenda 2030. Further, the significance of partnerships to tackle common challenges has increased during the pandemic. COVID-19 has made it clear that societal well-being is central for the business success as well. Herewith, separately, neither government nor business or civil society can tackle the adverse impacts of the crisis. CEDA, a hosting entity of the Global Compact Network Georgia, has been enhancing the social and economic rights of the population in Georgia since 2002. In 2015, the organization commenced its active work with business sector and government to promote business respect for human rights in the country. It has been a challenging, though a very fruitful journey. Civil society is not usually a natural partner of business sector in Georgia. The study carried out at the end of 2019 showed that majority of the companies in Georgia refused to answer questions about business CSO partnerships. 22% responded they would not partner with civil society organizations, and only 24% responded they would consider partnerships with CSOs. The reasons stated by companies for not partnering with civil society organizations vary, including trust issues, transparency, societal and business interests. Conversation with leading civil society organizations in the country indicated similar trust issues and hesitation to partner with companies that, according to them, violate human rights and are driven only by economic interests. On the positive side, years of work have indicated the progress, and ice seems to be melting on both sides. Global Compact Network Georgia organizes annual corporate responsibility award competition in the country, and the business applications in the partnership category have been considerably increasing throughout the years. We see more and more cases of business CSO partnerships in Georgia that address human rights issues, and at the same time, business understands its own benefit. We need more civil society organizations that not only pinpoint challenges, but help companies to integrate human rights-based approach in their policies and everyday operations. We also need, on the other hand, the governmental policies that promote human rights due diligence in the country and incentivize businesses to respect human rights. And on the other hand, business sector that has awareness and understanding of why and how to be more responsible in everyday operations. Finally, I would like to wish success and fruitful discussions to the participants of the forum. Let's join the forces and take steps together to achieve the world that we all want. Thank you very much.
Salome, thank you so much for sharing some of the practical challenges that you're seeing with regard to the partnership between the business and the civil society. I think these are very critical. I think this is a challenge not only in Georgia, but in many other countries that we are seeing, the trust issue being a primary factor in many of those challenges too. Thank you so much. Let us now call, I have actually put Roberto Suarez Santos, who is the Secretary General of the International Organizations of Employers last, because Roberto represents the business sector in this panel. And of course, the business sector is what we are really talking about in this particular case. So Roberto, I did not forget you. I put you last because it will also give you an opportunity then to hear what the other partners' perspectives are. So Roberto, what are the latest trends and developments in the global business sector's commitment to human rights and the US guiding principles? Over to you, please. Thank you.
Robert, it's a pleasure to be with you. It's a pleasure also to be the last one also, because I have also the possibility to interact further with the previous speakers. I want to thank the UNDP, but also the Business and Human Rights Working Group as co-organizing for inviting IOE to this first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. We think that this is a great initiative. It says a lot about the kind of commitment that we have at the regional level to make things happen and to move the agenda of business and human rights. I will try to be very brief for the sake of saving time, because that's also important in this digital era. First of all, let me underline and highlight how human rights is a priority for the business community, but also for IOE. We always say, this is the centenary year of our organization, and we always say with some degree of pride that we are present in 150 countries, and we represent more than 50 million companies. But that's not what matters. What matters is our capacity to have an outreach, to change policy, to commit to values, to social values, but also to human rights values. And especially our EU members have been, I have to say that very clearly, deeply involved in the development of the UN guiding principles from the very beginning. But most importantly, we have seen them very, very engaged in promoting them to have proper implementation at the country level. We share a concern, and our concern is a backlash of the progress, little or big, which has been undertaken in these coming 10 years because of COVID. We are now working intensively with the UN family and now with resident coordinators in areas like child labor, non-discrimination, freedom of association, corruption, precisely because of this commitment that we have. I think Aggie referred to the complementary expertise, and that's what we are seeing. We see a kind of need to have the expertise that you bring to the business community and to work much closer with you. The UN Guiding Principles have been a game changer. It's the result of an important consensus. It was not an easy task. It was not an easy task to manage to have the three pillars, the due diligence approach, with a kind of good understanding of what that means. The uptake of the UN Guiding Principles in the last 9 years by not just companies, not just enterprise, but also by international organizations, by multi-stakeholders initiatives, and Salome referred to that, but also by governments, have been, I have to say, impressive. But there is much to do, and we have to recognize that. We as business community, we recognize that the situation is far from optimal. But within only 9 years, the human rights due diligence approach has become a major focus of companies, governments, and international institutions. The UN Guiding Principles now are an authoritative framework that is creating clarity of rules and responsibilities of all actors, and has resulted in a much more focused approach in the promotion on human rights linked to business. But let me just also be clear, the importance of the guiding principles, if we look back to the CSR debate 15 years ago, and Anita referred to that, it's crucial. We all struggled at that time on the question of what CSR means and whether it's voluntary, whether it's not. The UN guiding principles have created a consensus that the bottom line is that companies must not harm, and I think Anita referred to that, people or community. And this means a preventive approach. This means also taking proactive steps to avoid being involved in human rights impact and help to put things right when they are involved in an impact. Expectations are high that companies, with the support of governments, with the support of public authorities and other stakeholders, take this seriously, of course, depending on their own sphere of influence. The duty to protect and the access to remedy also needs to progress at the same path. I agree, the due diligence approach perhaps needs to be much more anchored in business practices, in all kinds of business. And we also want to be clear, accountability is not an option. And Anita referred to do that. We need true action, we need true business action. But also we need to avoid a mere procedural approach on due diligence. Let's work on real change of values at company level, which will improve the impact. That's the consequence of a right mix of policies. It's not just about regulation, and I want to underline that, just about regulation, but also about certainty, and more importantly, about creating the right incentives, about supporting companies, especially small and medium companies, understanding their difficulties and bringing them with us to the table. We in IOE are working hard on this, but we need your help. We are witnessing a growing number of business and business organizations engaging seriously to take action to promote a proper business human rights agenda. And particularly in Europe, many countries have developed and adopted national action plans, and you have referred to that. This is the right approach. And this is the right approach because precisely it takes the overall picture of efficient partnerships. We have been supporting this engagement. The NAPs have the potential to create awareness, trigger action, fill gaps, unleash partnerships. I think it was Goldman who referred to the German example, and many of you have, and some of you have referred to other NAPs, specifically the one in Georgia and Ukraine. We very support this approach. But there is a real need to do better in terms of partnerships. COVID-19 has proved this. We need to strengthen collective actions to address systemic issues. A company might identify certain human rights risks through its due diligence. But in order to address and mitigate those risks, we need to deep down in the supply chain challenges that are linked to the deep roots of lack of proper policies, lack of capacities, lack of efficient institutions, lack of compliance. Human rights are a pre-competitive issue, and collaboration between companies, governments, and other stakeholders will be much more likely to sustainably address these risks. We have very good examples in the region on successful partnerships. Aji referred to the ecosystems, but I gave you the example of Uzbekistan, for instance, where we were able to make huge progress in the eradication of child and forced labor. This success was achieved due to the strong engagement of social partners and international organizations like the ILO. But there are still many challenges in many European and Central Asian countries. Let's also try to avoid a very Eurocentric approach, because at the end of the day, the debate on business and human rights is not just European or from Central area. It has a strong global component. I want also to stress that all companies, small, medium, large, in different sectors where you have companies acting legally, need to have the opportunity and the responsibility to improve their human rights impact and contribute to the implementation to them, as well as to the Agenda 2030. It could be also counterproductive, systematically excluding some sectors or some companies of this approach. Indeed, we have not put enough attention to the strong capacity of business organization also to support changing not only practices, not only what they are doing, but also public policies. The convening capacity, the persuasive capacity, the lobby capacity that business organizations have is important, and we need to use it in a much more effective manner. We also need a much more mature debate on human rights challenges. If we want to increase transparency, companies need to work closer with different stakeholders in a responsible manner, and vice versa. We need open and honest discussions about challenges, particularly deep down in supply chains. And we need to avoid a mere shame and name approach. We need to avoid a confrontational approach. Ladies and gentlemen, the horrific impact of COVID-19 has put pressure and has put a huge pressure on companies, but on governments and stakeholders. We need to do everything to support the continuity of business and also to avoid the loss also of incomes and the risk on human rights. Human rights are not negotiable. We must ensure that the crisis will not undermine human rights. The IOE and our members are sincerely committed to work in this regard. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Roberto, thank you so much. Well, I think I was justified in putting you last because you're able then to put into perspective some of those issues also that were raised and questions that were asked by the other panelists. And to me, the main takeaway from what you mentioned is when you said human rights is an issue that's compatible with business objectives too. And I think that's a very good framing of the business and human rights agenda. We only have 3 minutes left, but I have a number of questions here also from the audience. I will just mention the questions one by one, and I will ask the panelists to feel free to respond to any of those questions very briefly, maybe for 30 seconds or 1 minute. So let me go with through the questions. One is, there has been so much emphasis on legislation and regulatory frameworks, but how do we also make sure that implementation, effective implementation and monitoring of the business and human rights agenda is also taking place? Second, what are good incentive systems that you have seen in various countries to advance the business and human rights agenda? Third, the prevention approach is very good, but why? How can you make sure that businesses are actually applying it? There's also another question about IOE members' engagement in the business and human rights agenda in the region, but to some extent, I think, Roberto, you also answered. You also already answered that. So these 3 questions, and I'm leaving the floor open to any of the panelists to respond. Maybe Wolfgang, would you like to respond first, briefly, on any of the questions, please?
Thank you very much. Yeah, how to ensure that the legislation is effective? I mean, it's a little bit difficult for me to preempt the results of our debate, our national debate of how legislation will be structured, because there are 2 options in principle, and it's not sure in which direction we are moving. One option is to have legislation that foresees civil liability in the process, and in that case, of course, due diligence will be supervised at the end by the courts, and by the question, in case that you have a human rights violation, then the courts will see whether due diligence has been applied in the framework that is appropriate for a certain company, which will depend on the size of the company and of the exact business relationship, on the scope of the control of the process, and so on. And that is the way how laws are enforced in Germany in a general way, and of course not only for this particular matter. But the other option, which is also under discussion in Germany, is to have a authority that would supervise the due diligence law that is under discussion. And in that case, this newly founded or newly entrusted authority with this task, in case of complaints, will dive into the situation and then decide whether a company has failed to ensure its due diligence obligations, and it might then issue a fine or other consequences of sanctions that may be possible. As I repeat, the framework of, or the discussions on the pillars of this, or the cornerstones of this due diligence law in Germany are not yet decided. So it's a little bit hypothetical as I am discussing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wolfgang. Roberto?
Yeah, I will go quickly because there are 4 questions. Effectiveness of the regulatory approach. As usual, regulation is important because it provides certainty. So it's not necessary that from a business and employees perspective, we say no to regulation. What we want is this regulation to be accompanied of proper incentives. And the regulation is smart enough, so it distinguishes cases and situations. Bear in mind that the human rights challenges have a very global component. So when you regulate of a conduct of a company that is acting globally, it's very, very difficult sometimes to capture all these nuances, even when you refer to reporting or due diligence reporting. So that's precisely the angle that we could be missing, because it has to do with also the duty to protect from governments and also proper access to remedy from public institutions. We do not see the same, we do not see much progress, to be very frank, on access to remedy from public institutions in many developing economies. So it makes very inefficient to have a strong approach on due diligence if that's not going in the same direction. Good examples of how progress has been made. Those good examples are based on 2 areas. When you have a proper business case, when you create the right incentives for companies to go in a direction which is much more effective in terms of due diligence, by instance on child labor, by instance on non-discrimination, then you get results. And we can provide examples of that. I don't want to mention companies or to mention countries because that's always controversial, but we have good examples that I can provide individually. And also, most importantly, is acting together. By instance, the situation, and that's not an European example, but in Qatar, we managed to abolish the kafala system, which was linked to forced labor. And that was the result of a joint action with the strong commitment of the government of Qatar. But we can give also other examples of other countries. It's a multi-stakeholder approach when different stakeholders are acting together. I will not refer to the IOE commitment. I think that we have examples, I refer to that. But as for the prevention culture, after the prevention approach, you need to change the culture. And that's what I was referring. You can have a regulation on due diligence. At the end of the day, if it does not get to the change of culture at different levels of the company or at different levels of different type of companies, you will not get in a proper change of attitude. It's not about just reporting from my perspective. It's also about having a different approach in terms of culture of the company itself. And that's what really matters beyond the regulation. So I wanted to just refer to that. Thank you if I was longer. Sorry if I was.
Thank you so much, Roberto. Salome, and then we have one more question to UNDP, I think. Salome, please. Final thoughts.
Thank you very much for very interesting questions. And the previous panelists have answered the questions very thoroughly. But I would like to add the Georgian context and actually the regional context to this. Yes, we do have, for instance, it was mentioned by speakers that Georgia is one of the good examples where we do have the National Action Plan on Human Rights, which includes business and human rights chapter. However, we still lack in the field of implementation, and the major challenge in Georgia, I think, is still the lack of awareness and education in the field of business and human rights. The companies are not aware on how to do due diligence, even if they would like to do it inside the company, would like to integrate those human rights standards in their policies, they still lack the capacity and awareness on how to do this. On the other side, even in the government agencies, generally there is still lack of awareness on how to incentivize. Roberto mentioned that it's very important to incentivize responsible business conduct, but in Georgia we still lack this this awareness on how to do that. The Business and Human Rights chapter of the National Human Rights Action Plan includes some of the very important activities that would incentivize responsible business conduct, which include, for instance, inclusion of social clauses in the public procurement, or inclusion of sustainability chapter or the social clauses, human rights clauses in the investment agreements, which would incentivize responsible business conduct in the country through government. And I think these are the steps that the government needs to undertake. I think that this awareness problem is very specific to our region, because the Global Compact operates in different parts of the world. And specifically when we discuss some of the issues between the networks of the Western European countries and the Eastern European countries, there are some similar challenges, but mostly some different challenges which are connected to the specifically awareness and awareness on how business can integrate those standards, and also why the business needs to integrate that. Corporate sustainability is quite new in Georgia, and I think we need time, and we can really make important progress in this field if we have more time, and civil society, government, and businesses act together to integrate those different standards, the UN guiding principles, on the policy level and also in the business sector. And one of the key instruments for that is, I think, education and awareness. Thank you.
Salome, thank you very much. I think that's to the point, very important. And finally, there's a question to UNDP. I think Aggie is here. The question is, how is UNDP intending to support business human rights processes, including the development of national action plans in the region? Aggie?
Thank you very much, Bob. I'll try to be short. I think there are many ways to go. So in terms of business and human rights, there are various stakeholders to work with. So in terms of national action plans, of course, we would be very happy to explore how we can work with the governments and the other stakeholders to engage in country consultations on these issues, looking at the regulatory frameworks, the policies, and the assessments of the challenges in the country, which I think is the first step. And secondly, also to help at the national and subnational level also to understand why business and human rights is important. I think Salome very well pointed out that, you know, advocating and explaining and promoting the idea is very important, because that's the number one step. So there's actually a common and shared understanding of what is needed and what could help. And then, of course, we can work with governments on the national action plans. And then secondly, with the business sector also directly, as some of the other colleagues were mentioning. One is to help them with just basic principles, with methodologies, to understand what and how they can change in their business practices. There has been quite a bit said about the labor side of it. So, but there are many other sides of it. So, for example, as part of our efforts on green economy, we're also looking at green supply chains and try to work with business sector on how to promote these ideas. So there are various entry points, and I think it starts with education, awareness raising, promotion of the ideas, and then support on how to do it. Thank you.
Aggie, thank you so much for that. And as Aggie mentioned earlier, also this is just the beginning. This is a journey that we'll be traversing together. So we look forward to working with you on not only the national action plans, but on the broader strategy, you know, for advancing the business and human rights agenda. On that note, Salome, Anita, Wolfgang, Roberto, and Aggie, thank you so much for joining this opening session. My apologies that we went beyond the time, which I think ate up the break time that we have. But these are very, I'm not going to recap the excellent points that many of you mentioned, but we're going to be sharing the recording of this session and the key takeaways, key messages as well to everybody. Thank you so much. We look forward to working with you going forward on this. Have a good day, and we look forward to the other sessions. Over to Kavya, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. So this concludes the high-level opening plenary. We will now take a short break. We will begin again at 11:15 Central European Time. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you again for joining us for the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, making human rights a priority for business. I'm Kavya, and I'll be your technical facilitator today. If you have any questions for the speakers and panelists, please use the Q&A function. We will be providing English and Russian live interpretation throughout the forum. To listen to today's session in Russian, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, which is the globe icon, and select Russian. To listen to today's session in English, please again select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, again, the globe icon, and select English. I will now pass the floor to Livio Sarandrea, Business and Human Rights Lead Advisor at UNDP, who will be moderating the session, The State Duty to Protect Human Rights in a Business Context in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, Gaps, Challenges, and Opportunities. Livio, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kavya, and very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening for some that are even connecting from other parts of the world. I am myself based in Bangkok, where I'm speaking from, and it's evening here. It's a pleasure to be with all of you, and it's an honor to be moderating the first substantive session of the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. In fact, the opening session was already quite substantive, already went into many of those substantive issues that this particular session will deep dive on. Let me introduce myself. I am the UNDP lead on business and human rights, and I've also been in charge of a program that focuses on the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles on business and human rights in Asia Pacific, a region of the world where a couple of years after Europe, indeed, those discourse on business and human rights developed a quite strong discourse that led also to a number of policy changes, important policy action taken at the governmental level, which is the focus of our session today. So I will, while I interact with the five speakers, refer also to some of the progress that was made in Asia, where I'm mostly working on. I'm joined today by five distinguished panelists, all experts in their specific area, really from governments, from the academia, from from civil society. The focus of this particular session, as we said, is on pillar 1. Again, those who have attended the session before the opening, where we have illustrated a little bit of the structures of the UN Guiding Principle, Business and Human Rights, will remember that pillar 1 is the part of the guiding principles that focuses on the duty of the state. And while reflecting on the duty of the states, we have decided to give a particular emphasis in this session on the importance of national action plans on business and human rights. They were referred to already a number of times, and not only in the introduction, but also on in the opening remarks. And we do have a number of cases from the region and beyond, which we will illustrate how in practice these national action plans are developed and then eventually implemented. But before I give the floor to my panelists and ask them to tell us about their particular experience in the country that they represent, allow me to recap for those that haven't participated to the opening sessions or are not familiar with national action plans on business and human rights. What do we talk about when we talk about national action plans on business and human rights? So with the help of the technical facilitator, if my slides can be put on, I will give you a brief introduction on the national action plan on business and human rights. All right, so I'd like to start with the very definition of NAPs as it was given by the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. Now, interestingly, to give you a little bit of history of the NAPs were not an idea of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. The NAPs came out of an idea of the European Union. In fact, is the European Union Commission that asked in 2014 all of its members to develop national action plans on business and human rights. The UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights immediately after picked up on the idea and recommended indeed to every country around the world to develop a national action plan on business and human rights. And when the UN Working Group did that, provided also with the definition, which is the one that I have placed here on the left side. So the NAPs are an evolving policy strategy, and I'm stressing certain words because they give you the criteria of the NAPs. So an evolving policy strategy developed by a state with the help of other relevant stakeholders to protect against adverse human rights impacts by business enterprises in conformity with the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So again, they're an instrument owned by the state, and I'll come back to that because there are some instances around the world where some national human rights institutions or some civil society decided to draft a NAP or to own a NAP. NAP must be an action by the state. It's an action which is by its own nature evolving, and it's an action that is based on the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. There is a typical cycle of developing the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, which is the one that I'm presenting here on the right side. It all starts with the commitment, again, from the government to develop a NAP. So there is normally a moment in which this is announced and involvement of all stakeholders is called on by the state. Then there is a very important moment, which is the one of drafting a national baseline assessment. This is when the government, with the help of other stakeholders, takes a snapshot of what are the problems in this specific country context when it comes to abuses by businesses. This is an absolutely important moment of the process. It's a process that it normally lasts quite long, typically lasts 1 year. To draft a national action plan, a national baseline assessment. We'll come back to that again. So once the picture of the problems is taken, the NAP is drafted, which must be very action-oriented and must be drafted in consultation with all the stakeholders. So obviously here the input from civil society is critical, but equally critical is the input from the business sector, from trade unions, and from all the different parts of the government. Lastly, the NAP must be implemented, must be monitored and reviewed and updated constantly, because the nature of the problems does change over time. And we have been confronted this year with the very new important priority, which is the one of the pandemics. So those who had drafted the NAP before the pandemic are, for example, now challenged by figuring out how do we implement it given the new challenge. Let's go to the next slide, where I am just illustrating out of the experience that I've had in supporting NAPs in Asia, in Southeast Asia and South Asia. Mostly, I'm illustrating here some benefits, in my view, of doing a NAP. And it was referred to already by some that spoke before me in the high-level panel. So the very process of drafting a NAP, we have learned, raises awareness, convenes actors. Normally to draft a NAP, to draft a good NAP, it takes 2 years. So those 2 years in which all different stakeholders are engaged into this process are the 2 years in which a discourse is raised at the country level. Then the NAPs are an opportunity to coordinate efforts, to make sure that, especially at the governmental level, all the different parts of the governments that are required to take action are coordinated in that action. Third point, the NAPs are, very importantly, a public commitment, which is also a warning, if I can put it away, to business, that changes are coming. And this is very important because we have seen in those countries where NAPs have been adopted, the most recent example is Japan, where the NAP was adopted around a month ago, we have seen immediately the business sector coming in and asking for help to get their house in order. Lastly, the NAPs are important because they speak to the rest of the world about what is happening in that specific country vis-a-vis responsible business. So NAPs are important for governments that want to speak to trade partners, are important for companies that want the investors know that this particular country is able to offer clean and green supply chain. And of course, it's important to speak to UN actors and other member states to explain what is happening in terms of supply chains in that particular context. I'm almost done. In the next session, the next slide, please, one more slide on. I'll show you what's been shown again by my colleagues in the pre-session. This is the status of drafting of NAPs around the world. And the different colors show you where NAPs have been drafted, are being drafted, or where there are initiatives from non-state actors. I should mention that this particular image and another that I showed before are developed by the Danish Institute for Human Rights and ICAR. The Danish Institute for Human Rights developed a website called Global NAPs, which I very much encourage those that want to know more about NAPs to visit. It really consolidates all the information about what is happening in NAPs around the world. So with this, let me move to, I think we can remove my slides and go to the panelists, go to deep diving into what NAPs mean already for the region in focus at this forum. And I'd like to start with Ms. Ketevan Tatuashvili, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name well, Ketevan, who is a member of the Human Rights Secretariat of the government of Georgia. Georgia is a country that has already developed a national action plan on business and human rights. And Ketevan, Georgia chose a particular model. Georgia chose to develop a national action plan, which is not a standalone, as we call it, but it's a chapter on business and human rights within a broader human rights action plan. This is actually an option that other countries have also chosen. So, well, I'd like you to explain a little bit of the chronology that took to the adoption of the NAP, and perhaps also explain why the modality of a chapter within a Human Rights Action Plan versus a standalone NAP was chosen by the government of Georgia. So, Ketevan, you have the floor.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, first of all, and I'm very glad to hear you, and I'm very glad to represent my country's experience for of you. Today, I'm Ketevan Tatuashvili, and today I'm representing the government of Georgia Human Rights Secretariat, and so many thanks organizers of this event, because I think the experience sharing is one of the main part of our everyday job, and it's very important issue for our countries of all. I think Salome from Georgia, from UNDP, already represented some and underlined some important issues about a situation regarding to business in human rights in Georgia. But today I'm gonna represent you the measures Georgia's government has implemented toward these issues. First of all, I want to add that the governmental decree 182 of Georgia approved the National Action Plan, which includes the Business and Human Rights chapter, as you already mentioned, and the governmental decree number 143 of March 2000, acquired creating an interagency working group to develop the second National Human Rights Strategy, as well as the first governmental action plan of Georgia. Business and Human Rights chapter is one of the issues to be reflected in the next policy document, and the administration of the government in Georgia joins forces with the International Labour Organization and Civil Development Agency to promote UN guiding principles on business and human rights. To attain these, effective training programs and roundtable discussions aligned with the UNGP on business and human rights will be developed for public institutions and also for public officials. The National Human Rights Policy document and the Business and Human Rights chapter subsumes copious activities to better women entrepreneurs and women-owned businesses explicitly in the different regions of Georgia. A purpose of the goal, the government aims to video blog women entrepreneurs and promote responsible business and decent work, as well as organize roundtable meetings with women entrepreneurs. The acting Minister of Education, Culture and Sports of Georgia adopted the order and approved the action plan for implementation of continuing entrepreneurial education for all levels of the education system. And in the action plan, tasks and activities unite two main goals. So these two main goals are creating an entrepreneurial ecosystem in the education system and also improving entrepreneurial learning, which includes a total of different activities. And what about information focusing on measures taken to implement UNGP while responding to the COVID pandemic? Because you know, now the situation is changing very fast and we live in another situation now. Meeting the needs of as many people and businesses as possible with limited resources has been the axis of the Georgian government's anti-crisis plan, and to reach out to a maximally possible number of those affected by the pandemic. While first stage of the government's anti-crisis plan involved emergency assistance measures of sorts aimed at mitigating the initial effects of the pandemic by supporting citizens, stage 2 of the anti-crisis plan was directed toward various categories of citizens, of course, and such employees, self-employed persons, vulnerable social groups, and etc. Namely, employees who have lost their jobs or are on unpaid leave received 2,200 Georgian lari assistance for 6 months, and various categories of self-employed persons were given one-time assistance in the amount of 300 Georgian lari. The program budget allocated 75 million Georgian lari, and besides, to keep jobs available, employers received various tax cuts. For example, for 6 months, salaries not exceeded 700 Georgian lari were exempt from income taxes. And this 700 Georgian lari out of the salary of 1,015 Georgian lari were also exempted from income taxes. And besides to mitigate the negative effects of the pandemic on the economy, including the financial sector, and to boost the national economy, the National Bank of Georgia developed an ad hoc supervision plan and implemented significant monetary and credit measures in full compliance with the recommendations of the International Monetary Fund and the European Central Bank and other key financial organizations. That's all. Maybe I wanted to introduce you and represent you information regarding to issues regarding to human rights and business in Georgia. I think it will be very interesting for me to listen to other participants and share experience and best practice from different countries. And if any questions, I'm here. Unfortunately, my colleague who was representing this presentation and who is more and more actively involved in these issues posted COVID pandemic, and that's why I'm represent here. If any questions, you can write us on emails and we will quickly answer you as possible. Thank you very much. Hope it was interesting for you all.
Thank you, Ketevan. Thank you for stepping in indeed at last minute to replace your colleague, to whom we obviously wish all the best for her health, and I hope she will have a speedy recovery. There's a few points that you mentioned that we'll touch upon also with the panels that speak after you. You started and ended with talking about the importance of info sharing and peer learning. Again, in that sense, if I go back to the experience of Southeast Asia and South Asia, we have learned that countries learn mostly by their colleagues, and opportunities like these for colleagues to interact, to share experiences, to do that also following up with bilateral meetings with UNDP often facilitates, is indeed the best part to inspire and to support each other. Again, we'll come back to that, and thank you for explaining how in Georgia an accent was placed on women's rights. And I know this is also the case in many other NAPs. They normally choose priorities, and priorities are often on women's rights. Lastly, the reference to COVID, the COVID pandemic is very relevant, and thank you for flagging the importance of
yes, and
coherence.
Just one quick admission. I can say that UNDP is one of the great helper of government of Georgia regarding to these issues, and thank you very much for this to the UNDP's representatives, of course.
Thank you, Katerina, for the reference to the work that I know our colleagues in Country Office Georgia are doing, and obviously we look forward to continue that cooperation with the government of Georgia and indeed other countries in the region. Let me move to the second panelist today. I would like to ask Sonia Toskovic, the director of the Belgrade Center for Human Rights, to take the floor. And Sonia, there were a lot of references already about the important role that civil society plays in the developing of NAP. In fact, if I may so, even the civil society often comes in even before the moment of developing of NAPs, because civil society has often plays the important role of advocating for a national action plan on business and human rights to be developed. We have seen in many countries where the government is not taking action, is civil society that advocates for that to happen. And they do so, like it is the case for Belgrade Center for Human Rights, by starting to take that snapshot of the human rights abuses that I was referring to. Belgian Center for Human Rights has done, like again happened in other countries, has worked on a national baseline assessment. And I would like you to talk to us a little bit about that experience, the experience of civil society organization. To my knowledge, the government of Serbia is not developing an app. I'm hoping you are giving us today the good news that they are, but I'm interested in you inspiring other civil society organizations in advocating with governments for the developing of NAPs. And tell us, of course, how did the Belgrade Center for Human Rights go about and how the National Baseline Assessment was developed. The floor is yours, Sonia.
Thank you very much, Livio. Thanks, everybody. It is really a pleasure to be with you here today. You really gave me a great introduction because I am coming from NGO called Belgrade Center for Human Rights in Serbia. We are this year celebrating 25 years of our existence, which I think it's for us it's huge. But we are looking forward for the next 25, and for sure what Belgrade Center for Human Rights was doing in the past 10 years is our involvement in the business and human rights. And I will have a pleasure now to talk a little bit what we have been doing, what are the maybe main challenges, and what are some of the conclusions or recommendations for our country, for Serbia. Belgrade Center for Human Rights has been conducting activities in the field of business and human rights since 2013 in cooperation with domestic and international organizations. The most important activities include actually preparation of the report, the Guide, Human Rights and Business in the Republic of Serbia from 2013, update report from 2016, then preparation of the document, draft for the discussion, National Baseline Assessment, then unofficial translation into Serbian of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and work of their promotion in Serbia. We have done a lot individual consultation with representative of the state, business community, NGO sector, organization of smaller and larger gatherings and debates for representative of different sector in the period from 2013 until 2017. Mainly these activities were done together with Danish Institute for Human Rights, who was also very supporting in this process. There was also contribution to the EU Fundamental Rights Report. We have done a special thematic report of the human rights in businesses in 2019. And also last year, together with OCHR team in Serbia, we have done update national baseline assessment. Through all these processes, actually, our goal was to facilitate as much as possible stakeholder initiatives addressing business and human rights issue as identified in the country guide. A large focus of our activity was placed on producing a national baseline assessment that we hope will serve as a basis for a national action plan of the state. The baseline assessment was a consultative process that was focused on principles 1, 3, 4, 6, and 9. Due to the time and capacity constraints, we have to make these choices based on our previous work and expertise. What is our general impression in Serbia? At the national level, as you, Livy, already said, there are no bodies or organizations that are exclusively dedicated to the implementation of activities in the field of business and human rights. Serbia has not yet started drafting a strategic document in the field of business and human rights, which is the most often national action plan, which is the key to fulfilling the duties of UN guiding principles. And this doesn't mean that relevant activities are not carried out, but only means that are only part of the competence and or activities of national organization. However, when it comes to implementing specific activities aimed at implementing UN guiding principles or related relevant standards, the number of organizations is very narrow, such as civil society organization and international organizations such as UN agency, especially OCHR and UNICEF, and small number of companies also carry out similar activities like adopt policies that refer to the UN guiding principles, but data on such internal policies and their implementation in Serbia are generally not publicly available. As a part of their regular activities and or competencies, organizations in Serbia implement measures that are important in the field of business and human rights. maybe it's modest to say, but we really see our organization as a leading expertise and has been like a holder of the largest number of activities carried out so far to raise awareness about UN guiding principles and reporting in the legislative framework and implementation of regulation in the field of business and human rights in Serbia. Business sector association, especially, for example, Smart Collective, with their work and expertise in the area of social responsible businesses and sustainable development, are key actors for the development of cooperation with the business sector in Serbia. As I already mentioned, there are different UN agencies and organizations from the UN system that also play a key role in promoting international standards and opening a neutral platform crucial for involving actors from different fields in their implementation. I mentioned already UNICEF and OCHR because they have already in Serbia had experience in promoting standards in the field of human rights and business, such as standards for the promotion of LGBTQI rights and principles of business and the rights of the child, which directly rely on UN guiding principles, but relate only to the protection of a specific group. The United Nations Global Compact also contributes to other global development goals, including the UN guiding principles and sustainable development goals. Although guiding principles are not fully incorporated, they are giving broad international membership for Serbia also, and the lack of other similar adequate platforms, the UN is still key player for the further development of the businesses and human rights agenda and implementation of the guiding principles in Serbia. Also, which is what is actually specific for our government, is that currently we have a new government. We also have a new ministry for human rights and dialogue, and we really expect that the new ministry will be open for cooperation in the field of business and human rights, and that they will recognize the benefit for Serbia if they take active role in business and human rights field. What are the main challenges? One of the main challenges that we experienced then, and what would probably be a challenge in the future, is actually explaining and clarifying what is added value of the national action plans. Why we need another action plan. For many years, decades now, we had unfortunately different legislation, inflation, changing the laws, policies adopted in different volumes, but without follow through and proper monitoring and consistency in implementation. It is hard, of course, to explain why we need another action plan on the topic that stakeholders are either unfamiliar with or think that rules already exist. And that is a paradox of introducing UN guiding principles in the developing countries. But we really believe then and now that the key role is in showing that this is the area where actual codification and knowledge of the constant idea, cross-cutting, and due diligence can bring significant improvements. Businesses naturally prefer less regulation, and for example, in Serbia, we often encounter a mix of over-regulation but without monitoring of implementation. And that is why we are set to change with our approach. One of the main conclusions of the national baseline assessment that we made was the legal framework relevant to the application of the first pillar of the UN guiding principles on human rights and business in Serbia is relatively well developed. The shortcomings observed are largely related to the problems of inconsistent implementation of this regulation. When approaching different stakeholders like state, businesses, trade unions, we always had in mind that they will ask themselves, do we need another separate document? And then there lays the catch. They are not aware of how far the developments have gone, and that they very often UN guiding principles and NAPs are used as a platform for new, better dialogue. This could be illustrated through the very positive response we had from trade unions, businesses that were already ready to explore and use guiding principles as a new platform for dialogue. Now we know that it is necessary to prepare everything and assure proper sustainable support as NAP, even if adopted, should not be allowed to gather dust on a shelf, but to be actively implemented. Also, our experience showed that NAP cannot be copy-paste from other plans. It needs to be localized and implantable, which is the main reason we want to engage in and encourage regional cooperation, as we all share the same problems, but also the same advantages and opportunities. BCHR recognizes the importance of further development in the field of business and human rights with different partners, and we will stream in the future to do several things. officially support UN guiding principles and start their active implementation in Serbia, consider supporting other relevant standards in the areas such as OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, advocate for the adoption of a strategic document for business and human rights, National Action Plan for Human Rights in Businesses, in accordance with the UN guiding principles and the recommendations of other relevant bodies, and advocate for a competent state body to deal with this topic. It is also crucial to ensure the broad participation of stakeholders from the public, business, and non-governmental sector, including representatives of various state bodies and independent institutions, businesses, trade unions, or non-governmental organizations representing their interests. This is important because the whole agenda cannot be under the jurisdiction of just one body, and there is a tendency that when the task is delegated, it remains under the jurisdiction of a narrow circle without a constant impact assessment. And finally, joining efforts enables improved concurrence of national policies and more effective exchange of information on activities at the national level, which led to a number of additional positive effects, such as establishing new forms of project cooperation that facilitate access to the development project funds or easier collection of information to report on international commitment of our country. So that will be all for me. Sorry if I take too much time, but I was trying to be in that 7 minutes that you gave me. So I'm looking forward for your questions and discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Sonia. My sincere congratulations for the great job that obviously the Belgrade Center for Human Rights is doing on this subject. I wanted to say at the beginning that I've had the pleasure of working on human rights and living in Serbia for 8 years, some time ago. And I remember vividly the great job that the Belgrade Center for Human Rights was doing, some of your predecessors. And I'm glad to see that the Belgrade Center for Human Rights is still a leading agency on human rights, and it picked up this issue of business and human rights strongly. I have no doubt we'll take it forward. I'm delighted to hear from you that colleagues from UNICEF and OHCHR and Global Compact and others are already focusing on this subject. It is a subject indeed that requires involvement of many UN actors. Certainly from now on, now more than ever, you will count on UNDP that will bring in the experience learned in other regions. And I'm very glad that you refer to also to standards of OECD and ILO, are two very important actors in this field. So similarly to what is happening in other parts of the world, I do hope we can create in Serbia an environment to take forward your great work. I do have some questions myself, but I'll keep them for later. Because I'm eager, again, thank you again, and I'm eager to go on to the third speaker today. There is a speaker from the academia. I'd like to call on Dr. Olena Uvarova, who is the head of International Lab on Business and Human Rights of the Yaroslav Mudry National Law University in Ukraine. And here we have an example of another actor that has been central to advocating for a national action plan on business and human rights, to be working on the baseline, the national baseline assessment for a NAP, which I understand is in the works. And Dr. Olena is actually the lead expert who worked on the national baseline assessment. So I'd like to hear from you, Olena, on what are the steps that have been taken to get to the point where we are now in Ukraine, and you'll tell us at what point you are. If you can unpack a little bit for the interest, I'm sure, of those who are listening to this panel, the various steps that lead to the development of a national baseline assessment. I'd like you to unpack that and give us a little bit more of details, again, to make sure that others learn from your own experience. So the floor is yours, Dr. Olena.
Thank you very much, Livio, and good day to all. And actually, I'm excited that the first regional forum is finally taking place in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and it's a very good sign for the region. And I believe that it's the beginning of successful but long and difficult journey. And I would like to share some experience and developments of my own country, Ukraine, and provide chronology which shows the importance of joint efforts to implement UN guiding principles in the country. As for the start point and from Ukrainian case experience, the initiative went from academic community, actually, you are right, and in 2017, Yaroslav Mudry National Law University conducted the first panel discussion on business and human rights in Ukraine, and at that time it was a very new issue for Ukraine and actually for the region, and just academic community and civil society organizations participated in the panel discussion, no businesses, no government institutions. In 2018, Ministry of Justice of Ukraine, Ukrainian National Contact Point, Ombudsperson Office, and few businesses participated in the panel discussion, the second panel discussion, and after that, the cooperation between key actors was started. In January 2019, the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine announced implementation of the UN guiding principles in Ukraine, which is also considered as key priority by the Ukrainian ombudsperson as well. And I should say that it's extremely important to have state actors which are ready to lead process and which are open to build their own capacities on business and human rights issues. It's really crucial moment. And the first step was to develop the national baseline assessment on business and human rights. The national baseline assessment in Ukraine has been developed close cooperation with the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine, and based on the methodological support from the Danish Institute for Human Rights and expert support from a number of the civil society organizations in Ukraine, from UN Global Compact Ukraine, from National Contact Point. It was developed in very short time, and it was presented already in July 2019, so we have just 6 months to develop it. And unfortunately, it means that the lack of public discussions during this development. So there is one lesson learned: you need enough time for conducted public discussions and make the process inclusive and transparent so much as possible. Because the lack of time, it could be impossible and it could impact negatively. In September 2019, the third panel discussion was conducted in Ukraine, and actually at this moment, it's our very good tradition to meet each September and discuss business and human rights developments. This time, key Ukrainian actors from government, from European Business Association, from National Contact Point, from Ombudsperson Office of Ukraine, and from representatives from many countries of the region and from European Union countries participated. And at the end of 2019, the Ukrainian government was changed, and actually we were concerned that such changes could stop the process of the implementation of UN guiding principles in Ukraine. But at the beginning of 2020, the process was started again by review team of the Ministry of Justice, and it was decided that the special chapter on business and human rights will be developed and included to the National Strategy for Human Rights for 2021-2023. And we know that Georgia has the same experience to have the separate chapter within the National Strategy for Human Rights. So the draft of the special chapter on business and human rights was developed by the Ministry of Justice in cooperation with a number of actors, and the several public discussions were held by the Ministry of Justice to discuss the draft. And I should say that UNDP in Ukraine made great contribution to developing the special chapter, and as well civil society organizations, Federation of Employees, academic community, European Business Association, National Contact Point participated in this public discussion as well, and gave their recommendations and comments for this special chapter. And at this moment, the new edition of the National Strategy for 2021-2023 is prepared and should be signed by the President of Ukraine. But I should add that at this stage, when we have the draft of new chapter of business and human rights within the National Strategy for Human Rights, we realize that this chapter could be just a very beginning point to implement UN guiding principles. This chapter is very short, and we need much more concrete document, and we need much more inclusive discussions. That's why Ministry of Justice has announced that the process of developing the separate, the stand-alone National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, which will cover all business and human rights issues relevant for Ukrainian perspective, will be started this December. So Ukraine will have own way. We will have the chapter with a national strategy, a very generic chapter, but we will develop the stand-alone national action plan on business and human rights, very concrete and detailed as well. So we will have combined approach. I should say as well that unfortunately during all stages, one of the main challenge for us is lack of business participation in this process. We tried to involve business to discuss national baseline assessment, and Ministry of Justice made several efforts to involve businesses to discuss the national baseline assessment. We tried to involve businesses to discuss the draft of the chapter on business and human rights within national strategy, but unfortunately it's really a huge challenge. And in Ukraine there is only one real way to involve businesses. It's doing through business associations and networks, but the members of such associations are the most responsible businesses, and it's very few number of such companies which are ready to participate in such discussions. So actually, at this moment, in general, based on Ukrainian experience, I should say that the discussions about business and human rights don't become part of much broader discussions about state policies and about corporate conduct. For example, when we are talking about tax reform, or when we are talking about investments and so on and so forth. We have the two parallel processes. One of them is related to business and human rights, and the other is related to all other issues on state policies and so on. In other words, the business and human rights framework does not become a cross-cutting element of government policy and corporate practices. It still exists as a kind of external element, which is often considered as something alien. And I see the main challenge for the region is to make business and human rights framework a cross-cutting element in substantive way, not just formal, but substantive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Olena. And indeed, you raised many other very important points that I hope we'll be able to unpack in follow-up questions. Looks like in Ukraine, the academia and the civil society and the government are working very closely together, at least on the NBA. And it's unfortunate, obviously, to hear that the business sector has not connected with this process as much as they should have. Our experience does tell us that the business sector is a little bit more difficult at the beginning to engage with. We did learn that business can be better connected by speaking a little bit their language, which sometimes is different from the language that we, including the United Nations, is used in speaking, and perhaps the academia or the government. There are some examples of how we have tackled this challenge, relatively successful in our region, in Southeast Asia and South Asia. I'd be very happy to connect with you directly or through our country office and give you some example of how we have succeeded in bringing the business sector, certainly through business association, as part of the group that developed the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. It's also interesting to see how the government of Ukraine is considering going from a chapter on business and human rights to a standalone. It looks very much like a similar trajectory that the government of Indonesia has done. Also, Indonesia decided to first do a chapter on human rights, of business human rights in their human rights action plan, and then decided to develop a standalone for one very important reason. In the case of Indonesia, the government had understood that it was very important to emphasize the efforts of the government related to responsible business. And it wanted to do so for the importance of speaking also to trade partners, speaking to the investors. So a standalone plan places the spotlight on a certain policy action a lot more than the chapter on business and human rights would. And this speaks also to some of the points that Sonia brought up earlier in terms of convincing actors that are not convinced, convincing them of why another action plan is needed, and so on and so on. A lot has to do also with the way this is presented to the various stakeholders. Again, we can come back to that during the session and gladly bilaterally after this session. Thank you again, Dr. Olena. I'd like to go back now to government and ask a representative from the Russian Federation to come in. So Ms. Maria Moldovtsova, who is a senior counselor of the Department for Humanitarian Cooperation and Human Rights at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. We are seeing around the world large economies embracing responsible business practices, and often they do so by adopting National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. I referred earlier to the latest example of a big economy embracing the UN Guiding Principle by adopting an app, which is the case of Japan. So at what stage is the discourse around business and human rights in Russia? What actions have been taken by the government to respond to the standards contained in Pillar 1. And of course, at this stage, we are all interested in knowing whether a drafting of a Russian NAP is being considered anytime soon. The floor is yours, Ms. Maria.
Большое спасибо за предоставленную мне возможность рассказать о российских подходах к продвижению на международных площадках проблематики ответственности бизнеса в области прав человека. В ходе своего выступления постараюсь дать ответы на поставленные вами вопросы, но если будут дополнительные вопросы, я постараюсь тоже на них ответить. Бизнес-сообщество играет важную роль в современном обществе, принимая на себя ответственность перед населением по социальным, а в последнее время и по правозащитным вопросам. В принципе, можно сказать, что современная модель государства основывается во многом на идее государственно-частного партнерства, сочетающей рыночную экономику с сильными механизмами социальной защиты. И проблематика соблюдения частными предприятиями прав человека в своей деятельности на сегодня является одной из самых актуальных. Я хотела бы отметить, что Россия стояла у истоков развития и обсуждения данного вопроса на международных площадках. Мы стали одним из главных авторов самой первой резолюции в ООН на эту тему, резолюции, которая учредила мандат специального представителя Генерального секретаря ООН по бизнесу и правам человека. Мы последовательно поддерживали деятельность спецпредставителя, в том числе финансово, участвовали в организации и проведении его региональных консультаций, в том числе и в Москве. Качественно новым шагом на данном направлении, безусловно, стало принятие в 2011 году Советом ООН по правам человека руководящих принципов ООН в области предпринимательской деятельности и прав человека. Данная инициатива исходила от межрегиональной группы друзей бизнеса и прав человека, куда входила и Россия. Потом были созданы такие важные институты, как Рабочая группа по бизнесу и правам человека и Форум по бизнесу и правам человека. Рассматриваем последний в качестве важной диалоговой площадки для различных игроков, государств, компаний, Институт гражданского общества и других. Российские представители принимают активное участие в работе форума, но, к сожалению, все еще пока несопоставимо меньше, чем западные компании. Вызовы в области бизнеса и прав человека настолько обширные и комплексные, затрагивают такое количество заинтересованных сторон, что единственно правильной модели решения существующих проблем не существует. Нужны более гибкие подходы, различные стратегии и, конечно, сотрудничество. Нужно сказать, что форум продолжает развиваться и качественно эволюционировать. К сожалению, в последнее время мы наблюдаем тревожные тенденции. Из общей диалоговой площадки форум дрейфует в сторону непересекающихся профильных встреч отдельных профильных групп. Так, бизнес-предприятия встречаются, что называется, в своем углу форума, а неправительственные организации, представляющие озабоченности и интересы тех групп, чьи права нарушаются бизнесом, в другом. Пространство диалога сжимается, и с этим нужно что-то срочно делать. В этой связи интерес представляют мысли рабочей группы по бизнесу и правам человека на сей счет, поскольку именно она наделена мандатом руководства форума. Со своей стороны мы неоднократно пытались привлечь внимание и рабочей группы, и УВКПЧ к данному вопросу. Как нам представляется, возможно, пришло время подумать над изменением формата проведения форума, сделать его более интерактивным. На сегодня в свете огромного успеха форума у бизнес-партнеров мероприятия сессии представляют собой скорее презентации успешных проектов, что, конечно, важно, но практически не предусматривает диалога, обсуждения, а без этого форум не выполняет возложенный на него мандат. Со своей стороны вновь хотели бы подтвердить приглашение рабочей группе посетить Россию с официальным визитом, как только это позволит эпидемиологическая обстановка. Хотели бы отдельно остановиться на вопросе руководящих принципов versus юридически обязывающего документа в вопросах ответственности бизнеса в области прав человека. Мы рассматриваем руководящие принципы в качестве уникального документа, стандарта, ориентира для бизнеса. Очевидным их преимуществом является их рекомендательный характер. Считаем важным не давить на бизнес-структуры. Бизнес-сообщество самостоятельно должно осознать преимущества самостоятельных действий на данном направлении, а государства должны создать стимулы для этого. С удовлетворением констатируем, что с 2011 года государствами и корпорациями были предприняты значительные шаги по имплементации руководящих принципов. Бизнес-структуры по всему миру все больше и больше признают свою ответственность за соблюдение прав человека. Это является подтверждением подлинной универсальности руководящих принципов, их важной роли в реальном продвижении прав человека по всему миру. Отрадно, что и российские деловые круги понимают, что устойчивое развитие компаний, сочетающее экономические, социальные и экологические факторы, ведет к снижению рисков и укрепляет конкурентоспособность, улучшает их репутацию, создает позитивный вклад предпринимательского сообщества в экономическое и социальное развитие. Конечно, в области продвижения руководящих принципов как в России, так и в мире много еще предстоит сделать. Одним из главных направлений работы на данном направлении сейчас является выработка так называемого национального плана действий в области бизнеса и прав человека. В России такой план пока не разработан. Между тем, и прогрессивное российское законодательство, и различные наработки российских бизнес-ассоциаций являются отличной основой для такого документа. По сути, все, что сейчас требуется, это систематизировать российскую практику и законы в один документ. Мы исходим из того, что главным инициатором этого процесса должны стать российские деловые круги и их ассоциации. Именно они являются главной заинтересованной стороной в этом вопросе. Тем временем российское законодательство и правоприменительная практика в данной области не стоят на месте и прогрессивно развиваются. В этом контексте хотела бы отметить завершение на национальном уровне разработки проекта федерального закона о публичной нефинансовой отчетности. Введение такой отчетности, влияние деятельности предприятий на экономические, социальные и экологические вопросы является одним из основополагающих элементов концепции должной осмотрительности бизнес-сообщества в отношении обеспечения прав человека. На этом фоне Россия крайне осторожно относится к разработке юридически обязывающего международного документа о транснациональных корпорациях и других предприятиях в контексте прав человека. Считаем, что принятие новой конвенции не решит существующие проблемы, а наоборот отпугнет бизнес от прав человека. Как известно, эта инициатива крайне политизировала позиции государств, привела к конфронтации. Как вы знаете, Россия открыто выступает против выработки на данном этапе такой конвенции. Однако, в отличие от других западных стран, мы не бойкотируем переговорный процесс в Женеве, активно в нем участвуем, доводим наши озабоченности. Мы по-прежнему убеждены, что нужно прежде дать поработать руководящим принципам ООН в этой области. Именно поэтому необходимо активизировать наши общие усилия по внедрению руководящих принципов в России, да и в мире в целом. Нужно добиваться добровольной и осознанной позиции предпринимателей в области защиты прав человека. В заключение хотела бы затронуть связанную с вопросом соблюдения бизнесом прав человека тему односторонних экономических санкций. Сейчас практически всеми признано негативное влияние принудительных мер на любые процессы урегулирования и, главное, на права человека. Подобные методы ведут к нарушению всех прав человека, но прежде всего экономических и трудовых, права на здоровье, питание и других. Даже сейчас, когда уже практически все признали отрицательное влияние экономических санкций, подобные методы продолжают широко применяться некоторыми странами и региональными группами. И частные компании участвуют в этом процессе самостоятельно или в большинстве случаев вынужденно по воле государства регистрации. Тем самым бизнес, даже не ведя никакой активной хозяйственной деятельности, нарушает права человека. Большое спасибо за внимание, Лия.
Well, thank you very much. Let me switch back again here to English. Thank you for your very rich contribution, Ms. Maria. Thank you for constructive suggestions also on how to make the forums more dialogue oriented, which is something which is never easy when there are many speakers from many different countries. One suggestion that I will give, again based on my experience, is that while regional forum end up almost naturally as being a compilation of best practices and ideas and peer learning, what I have found to be more dialogue oriented are the national dialogues. And in the past years, UNDP has been organizing as a follow-up to regional forums, national dialogues. And this is where really the discussion can become a lot more interactive, focus on a specific country context with all the stakeholders from that particular country. So I'll definitely suggest you and others who agree with you on the importance of engaging in more dialogue into considering national dialogues on business and human rights. Again, experiences can be shared from other countries. Thank you for the reference to the importance of the visit of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. There is also a question on that, and perhaps I'll formulate that for from Ketevan in Georgia, since the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights visited Georgia, and I'd be interested in knowing from Ketevan their experience on how the visit of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights actually provided input into the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. This is very much the experience of Thailand, for example, where the UN Working Group came and visited the country while the baseline assessment was being developed. So the country had the opportunity of feeding into the national baseline assessment the views of the highest level of expertise, which is the expertise of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. So the point I want to make here is that for those that are considering doing a national baseline assessment in preparation of the NAP, do consider inviting the UN Working Group, because their recommendations will provide already a backbone for the very national baseline assessment. Let me move to the last but not least panelist today, before we go back to hopefully another round of questions. And there's already a number of questions that have filtered in based on the inputs. So last but not least, I'd like to bring into this discussion the experience of the government of Switzerland. When we put together this panel, I wanted from the outset to bring in the experience of another country outside the region, and I immediately thought about the government of Switzerland, not only because the Swiss NAP is one of my favorites in the sense that it's one of the most comprehensive and those that have been really developed in accordance with the criteria that I mentioned at the beginning, but also because Switzerland is a particular example of a country which is already developed their second NAP, right? So I believe your first was in 2016. So I'd like to, first of all, I should introduce the person that will speak for the government of Sweden, who is Mr. Patrick Mattei, who is political officer for business and human rights of the Swiss Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I've already had opportunities to talk to Patrick in previous occasions. And again, Patrick, I'm interested in the experience of Switzerland because you developed already your second NAP, and obviously you have learned lessons by drafting and implementing your first NAP. I'm really interested in your two experiences. Again, give us a little bit of the chronology of how you got there, how you got to the developing of your NAP, and what have you done differently when you have reviewed your NAP in 2020? What are the lessons that you have learned that you want to share with the fellow panelists, and indeed with all those who are participating to this session? The floor is yours, Patrick.
Thank you, Olivio. Hi, everyone. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be with you today on that panel. Although Switzerland is not an Eastern European country, but Switzerland is not a member of the European Union either. We are a small, tiny, neutral country in the middle of Europe, which allows us the flexibility to be a little bit here and there and to share experience to whomever wants to. Indeed, we learned a lot between the two different processes, and I'll give you some examples. So the first National Action Plan was adopted in 2016, and the second one was reviewed, revised, and adopted in the beginning this year. So the goal is the same, the expectations are the same, but we really learned because it is a learning process. So the first NAP was a monstrous beast that we had to sort of socialize, and it took us 4 years to socialize that beast and to arrive to the first NAP, while the other one, it took us only 1 year to produce it. So you see there is a real difference, because every stakeholder really better understood what are we talking about, what's behind that, and where we are. So a learning process. We talk a lot about the stakeholders in the previous presentation. I think one that was not mentioned is the parliament. So in Switzerland, for example, the parliament was really behind the process since the beginning, and it actually gave us the legitimacy to go to different ministries, to go to different stakeholders, saying, okay, look, the parliament is looking what we are doing, and they are expecting the government to produce something. So it was a first good step to have them on board, but it was also a partner which we have to discuss and exchange with on this matter. So for the first NAP, we did not produce a national baseline assessment. It was too complicated politically, but we brokered a deal. We say, okay, we do not make an NBA in the beginning, but we will do a gap analysis after the adoption of the NAP. And that's what we do. We hired a consultancy, so it was an external independent consultancy firms that perform a gap analysis, sort of, and they came back to us with a lot of recommendations. And so we took that and we look at those recommendations, and then we go back to the different stakeholders and we say, okay, based on that recommendations, what do you businesses, what do you unions or NGOs want to see in the new NAP? What do you want, what is useful for you in a way? So based on those different consultations and with stakeholders, with the different parts of the Swiss government, we produced this new NAP. And I think something that was quite useful was setting sort of a multi-stakeholder advisory group with representatives of small and medium enterprises, with representatives of big businesses or unions, etc. And there we really could have tangible, constructive conversations. It was not the political thing, the lobby thing. It was really, okay, how do we go back to practicalities and what do we really need? And I think that was quite useful to elaborate a more comprehensive and a more useful NAP. And so based on that, so some of the recommendations we had to include in the second NAP was, for example, setting indicators and specific objectives for everything that the Swiss government is going to do. So for that, for example, we looked at the Georgian NAP that was at the time the only one having something similar. And we really looked into it and learned from that process to come back to our own situation and discussion with stakeholders to produce our own indicators and objectives. So I think that was really something that we learned by looking at each other. One of the recommendations was that Switzerland should not focus only on what the state is doing for the state, by the state, etc., but also look at what businesses are doing already in order to implement the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, and what we as a state can support. So what are the initiatives businesses are implementing that we could support, for instance? And based on those recommendations, so we had to review entirely the structure of the NAP and creating one pillar specifically for the government, and another pillar specifically targeted on the needs of the businesses, and that's where we are. And for example, to give you specifically, one of the recommendations coming from the gap analysis was that small and medium enterprises didn't know about the NAP and did not know about the UNGPs in general. So we had to really reach out to those small enterprises. And so we set up the objective to have more companies knowing about the NAP. So for that, the indicator would be, for example, how many companies are participating to the outreach activities we are organizing. But we will also perform another gap analysis or another review where we'll have the differences between the numbers of the 2018 review and the new one, which will tell us, okay, has there been more companies now knowing about the UNGPs and implementing the UNGPs in their strategies? So I think with that, the new NAP really is really more efficient, and will also give us the opportunity to learn more and to see more about what businesses are doing. And I think it's really a joint and common efforts with all stakeholders, because we have, for example, all those multi-stakeholder initiatives, we really have the opportunity to hear their feedback, to hear what they need and what they want and what they don't want. And here in those small setups, we have a really constructive conversation. So that's needed for, let's say, the national level, and it's really useful. While at the international level, it's really good to look at what each other are doing, because we actually learn a lot of that. On that, I will stop here and I'm open for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patrick, also for keeping in the time. And we actually have 15 minutes left, which will allow us, you, to respond to some of the questions that were posed through the Q&A function, but also through other channels of receiving questions through YouTube and other that are connecting. So let me formulate some of the questions that we have received, perhaps with an initial indication from my side on who could possibly answer to that. But then I'll give the floor back to all of you, let's say 2 minutes each, and ask you to respond to those questions that you think speak to you, right? So among the questions that we have received, there were questions on indicators and targets that you just picked on, Patrick, and the importance of devising indicators when doing NAPs. And I don't know if Ketewan also feels like responding to that one. There was a question on the role of national human rights institutions, which haven't been mentioned, interestingly, by any of you. So if any of you connected with national human rights institutions in the process of drafting an app, please tell us what is your experience. I personally do think they have an important role to play. By the way, thank you, Patrick. I should have emphasized the importance of the point you made on role of parliaments, which is, I had to say, in my experience, quite uncommon. So in many of the NAPs I was involved with and that I have reviewed, parliaments are often not involved or not involved enough. So thank you for bringing in that element. But again, I'm going to ask to whomever of you that wants to speak about it, about the role of national human rights institutions. Then there are questions about the binding treaty, or more broadly speaking, the mandatory human rights due diligence, where I'd like to hear views of those who have spoken vis-a-vis NAPs has based on mostly voluntary principles, and the move, most recent move of governments toward more mandatory policies. We have already registered the position of the government of Russia in that sense. In fact, there was a specific question directed to you, Maria, vis-a-vis the binding treaty, and you have already responded to that, but be interesting to hear views of other speakers on that. Then perhaps if I can add one more question, none of you made reference to the 2030 agenda. And I was hoping that any of you would connect the work on NAPs with the impact that NAPs can have on the reaching of the SDGs. There are some very good examples of NAPs that actually indicate for every action taken, the impact that that action would have on the specific SDGs. So I would like to hear perhaps from Dr. Olena or maybe Sonia on their views on the connection between business and human rights and the 2030 agenda. Lastly, perhaps, when it comes to development of national baseline assessment, and in that case, I refer the question more to those who have been involved in MBAs, again, Sonia or Olena. There was a question in relation to how much the national baseline assessment relied on information collected at the local level versus capital. This is something that we see very often happening, where NBAs are a little superficial, so to speak. And unfortunately, the views of the stakeholder, the rights holders at the local level are not factored in enough. So I'd like your views on that. I might come back with another set of questions if we have time, but let me give the floor back to all of you, perhaps shuffling around a little bit the order and asking perhaps Sonia to come in and speak for 2 minutes and answer as many of those questions posed as you can. Over to you, Sonia.
Thank you very much, Livio. So I don't know from which question to start, but maybe the first one that you ask regarding national human rights institutes and institutions, actually, that nobody mentioned. Actually, in Serbia, the situation is that we have 2 or 3 national human rights institutions, and that there was a reason why I didn't mention, because they have a different legal framework and the scope of work. And regarding that, we didn't saw them also back then in 2016. We saw them as a stakeholder, but they cannot take the lead role in the National Action Plan. But they were very important, let's say, state institution that we cooperate with, and that we also included when we have different kind of meetings, workshops, and dialogue. They were included. Also, I did mention when you ask about SDGs and how this can impact actually the national baseline assessment or national action plan. So what I could add maybe is that Agenda 2030 is a game changer in Serbia. So we will use it in the future for sure. Because it can mainstream connection of human rights and businesses, and there are different, let's say, platforms and different joint action, especially from the civil society organization, but also from the state institution, which includes Agenda 2030. But what I think that the firstly is needed, especially in Serbia, is actually to involve the government, and it is a great opportunity. I think that we have now a new Ministry of Human Rights, so we hopefully will start close cooperation and to have them on the table. So all these other agenda that are coming, especially from the UN, are recognized in the government. So I think that we now have a good momentum. And also, what I think is what I didn't mention when I was speaking is also actually where is the connection between the businesses and all the others, because I think that also during the 2013, 15, 16, all these years, that we really had some great social responsible companies, that I think that business is currently mature in Serbia and in the region. So I think that this is also very good momentum and opportunity to have businesses as a key role in everything that will come, especially in our country. And I think that some of the panelists actually mentioned that, and I like very much what the colleague from the Switzerland actually explained, how the government had approached through the businesses, through NGO sector, and all other actors. I think this is a great approach. I'm not sure that we can expect this in Serbia, but it's a good role model. I think that it will be vice versa in our situation, that we will advocate and approach to the government, and hopefully then we will have a wide range of stakeholders jointly working for businesses and human rights. So I will stop here and give the floor to other colleagues to say a couple of words. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia, and good luck indeed with your interaction with the new Ministry of Human Rights. I really wish you all the best with that, and do reach out to our country office for help if needed. Let me go to Ms. Maria of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, and add one more question that has come in the meanwhile, which is about the connection between NAPS and the UPR processes. Again, a connection that we haven't seen very often, or at least in some cases, NAPS actually originate from UPR recommendations. So if you wish, I mean, respond by all means to any of the questions that speak to you, but if you also wish, speak a little bit about the connection between business and human rights and UPR processes. Over to you, Ms. Maria.
Вот, ну, как я сказала, в Российской Федерации пока не разработан национальный план действия. Дело в том, что для нас, у нас страна с отраслевой правовой системой. Дело в том, что такая форма, как национальные планы действий, для нас, для нашей правовой системы, они не совсем характерны. И дело в том, что поскольку мы рассматриваем это как рекомендация и будем думать над тем, как эту рекомендацию воплотить в жизнь с учетом требований нашей правовой системы, нашей правовой традиции. Поэтому сейчас вот в наших деловых кругах, в академии очень много обсуждений на тему того, каким образом, какой у нас свой путь вот в области того, как воплотить идею национальных планов действия и совместить ее с нашими реалиями правовыми. Поэтому со временем, я думаю, мы будем вас подробнее информировать на эту тему. То есть время покажет, как это будет реализовано все. Спасибо.
Thank you very much. And indeed, by all means, there is no one size fits all, and there shouldn't be one size fits all when approaching policy in every aspect, and certainly when it comes to policy on business and human rights. So I'm sure that the government of Russia will find its own way towards the implementation of the UN Guiding Principle of Business and Human Rights. And of course, we look forward to hearing news from you. We have 5 more minutes left, so I'm gonna ask the others to be quite short. I don't see Patrick at the moment, but let me go to Olena, and again, pick up on any of the questions that you think you would like to share some feedback on. Over to you, Olena.
Thank you. Just one short remark. We have a very similar legal system as Russian Federation, but we have very different challenge. There are a lot of national action plans, national strategies in Ukraine. Now, for example, we have a national action plan on SDGs implementation and separate national action plan on corporate social responsibility. And at this moment, we have huge challenge how to combine these efforts, how to make correct links between these national action plans and to create common base to implement UN guiding principles. And I should say about National Human Rights Institution, we have Parliamentary Commissioner for Human Rights, and the role of Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights is really important in Ukraine in developing national action plan and in developing efforts to implement UN guiding principles. principles in Ukraine, and parliamentary commissioner participated in the national baseline assessment and in developing the draft of the chapter on business and human rights. And actually, just last week we presented the research on business and human rights in times of the COVID-19, developed by coordination of Parliamentary Commissioner for Human Rights in Ukraine, in cooperation with the Danish Institute for Human Rights. So actually the efforts of Parliamentary Commissioner for Human Rights to implement best practices in the sphere of implementation of UN guiding principles in Ukraine is really crucial at this moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olena. Thank you for, again, mentioning the great work done by friends of the Danish Institute for Human Rights. I know some of them will speak also in the next sessions. I do want to acknowledge the great work they do on the ground. And indeed, I haven't mentioned at the beginning, but there is a manual on the development of the National Action Plans on Business and Human Rights drafted by the Danish Institute for Human Rights and ICAR that has helped most of those countries that have engaged in drafting a NAP. Let me give the floor to Ketevan from the government of Georgia, again to speak for about a minute, if she can, so that, or maybe a little bit more, so that we can give the floor back to the next speaker, my colleague Gert, that will offer some concluding remark for the day. The floor is yours, Ketevan.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned previously in my speech, I have no any further information to share with you because my another colleague is working in deep on this context, but thank you very much. It was very, very interesting forum for me. I will share this information with my another colleagues and wish you success. Thank you. If any questions, I can write in a chat my colleagues' email, and you can write us anytime, and we can share you another information if Mariko has that kind of information.
Thank you, Ketevan. I will be in touch through our colleagues again in the country office. And thank you for leaving me a little bit of space then to thank you sincerely, all the panelists. I really have learned a lot myself. I hope you inspired some of those that attended this session, some of those that are from their respective point of views, being government, civil society, or indeed businesses, hopefully learned from you and will use what they have learned to take actions in the countries in which they are operating. Once again, UNDP has expertise and country presence available to support efforts of those that want to take the business human rights agenda forward, and certainly has a lot of experience and resources to share when it comes to national action plan on business and human rights. I really look forward to connect with all of you. As many have said before me in other panels, we do hope this is just the first step of our partnership on this. With that, I'd like to give the floor to my colleague Gert, who will present some closing consideration to end day one. I'm sorry, Gert, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Livio, and really a big thanks to all of you for joining this first day of our regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. It's quite a daunting task to do justice to the rich discussion of the day and to really fully summarize the key takeaways that we've been noting from the discussions today. I've been following it with great interest, and I really would like to thank all colleagues for making time today and for contributing to this regional forum, the first one we've been organizing, but I believe there's already a sentiment among colleagues now that this is not the last of such fora. I think we will reconvene in certain intervals and hopefully have you with us as we go forward. Today, I think we really opened a very important regional dialogue and debate. It's clear that business and human rights as a concept has a very important role for development processes of the countries in our region. As we face common challenges in the region, this forum gives us the opportunity to share thoughts, find common solutions, learn from others. As Patrick from Switzerland just said it a couple of minutes ago, this exchange of how such a topic is being approached in neighboring countries, I think, is really of tremendous importance. The concept of business and human rights is pertinent also, and maybe in particular, due to the impacts we see through the COVID-19 pandemic in our countries. COVID-19 has not only had a devastating impact on health and our lives, but in fact on the whole socioeconomic front, on livelihoods, on jobs and income, and a situation which is as challenging as the COVID situation that we have seen, I think also provides us an opportunity to look at how we can partner better with the private sector in recovering from the pandemic and how in building more just and a more sustainable society going forward. We've looked at how states, businesses, academia, and civil society act in promoting responsible business conduct and respect to human rights by businesses in our region, and of course in a number of important neighboring countries of the European Union, but also the Russian Federation. We heard also in the European Union, I believe, from Germany and Switzerland. We're seeing very promising developments in our region, like the elaboration of national action plans, their assessments, dialogue platforms, and the use of due diligence tools on business and human rights. At the same time, though, we hear and heard in our discussions of a number of challenges. Wariness with new action plans among the various stakeholders, limited so far understanding of the relationship between business and human rights and the role of the UN guiding principles, slowness in implementation and the tendency to view this as a standalone type of issue. I think a number of the speakers made that connection across the board and in fact across the Sustainable Development Goals all the way, for which my particular thanks. Still, the positive developments that I noted in my first words, as well as the upcoming EU directive on mandatory human rights, due diligence and global development, really suggests that there is a momentum to start looking at a smart mix of both mandatory and voluntary measures embedded and embodied in the UN guiding principles. Yet, let me also stress that it's not all about regulation. I believe we heard this in a number of the intervention. It is also about certainty and the creation of the right incentives. We need to bring the private sector to the table and listen. We need governmental policies that will promote due diligence and incentives for the businesses to respect human rights. We also face numerous challenges, I should add. We need to avoid a confrontational approach and shaming type of approach. And we need to include civil society and trade unions as key partners in the process. Partnerships are crucial. As many speakers have underlined, there is still a gap in partnership among businesses and civil society due to trust issues. But let me also add the issue of language. What we see very often, I believe, and Livio, you will have seen it in your region as well, is that different sectors tend to speak different languages, and there is an element of translation, not in the traditional sense of translation, but in understanding exactly what we are talking about and what we mean by what we say. Let me reiterate that this first regional forum signifies our intent to intensify efforts to implement the UN guiding principles in the region of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And we look forward to the following 2 days of discussions and to working very closely with you thereafter, after these 2 days. These 3 days of a regional forum really are meant to be a kickoff from our perspective to understand the issue better and then to see how best we can work together to make sense in our respective contexts where we are and where we live and work. Please note also that today you will have an opportunity to learn more about how to ensure respect to rights of employees in times of pandemic during the upcoming side event with the International Organization of Employers, entitled, reading here, Collective Action, the Do's and Don'ts to Strengthen Partnerships for Addressing Systemic Challenges. It will start at 1:30 CET and 3:30 Istanbul time. So there's a little break for you to grab some lunch. I hope you'll be able to join the side event as well. And then, of course, we hope very much to have you on board in our discussions over the coming 2 days to see how we take this interaction forward. For which, again, my sincere thanks to the team here in Istanbul around Bob, Ainura, and colleagues, but also to Livio and the lead colleagues in UNDP on the issue for the joint work in taking this first regional forum live. And I'm very glad to see many of you connected to this call today. So thank you very much for joining us today. It's been a pleasure to have you on Zoom, as the new saying goes. It's not anymore the live face-to-face contact, unfortunately, that we would very much prefer, but it's good to see you on Zoom. Thanks for joining us, and hopefully you'll be with us for the coming 2 days and the side event this afternoon as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gerd, Livio, and all the speakers. This concludes day 1 of the forum. We will take a short intermission and be back at 1:30 Central European Time for the side event with International Organization of Employers, Collective Action, the Do's and Don'ts to Strengthen Partnerships for Addressing Systemic Challenges.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all participants who are joining us or watching us via YouTube, it's really a great pleasure to welcome you here at this joint session of the Confederation of German Employers, BDA, and the International Organization of Employers, IOE. This session is on collective action. We very much appreciate that you have joined this digital conference in large numbers, as I can see, because after all, many of you have been already following last week the annual forum on business and human rights. So really chapeau to you that you engage in another week of exchange, dialogue, and peer learning. I would particularly like to thank our special guest and now next speaker, Dante Pesce, who has been extremely committed and busy last week to host the UN Forum on Business and Human Rights. So Dante, thank you very much, and pleasure to see you, even if it's only on the screen this time. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, as we all know, the COVID-19 crisis and the measures which were taken in all our countries to contain this virus and contain the pandemic have actually triggered a lot of collaboration in the attempt to mitigate economic, labor market, employment, health impacts of this crisis. So organizations which had not been talking to each other or cooperating with each other, all of a sudden started to talk to each other to develop joint projects. And we see a large number of projects by different stakeholders, social partners, but also civil society organizations joining forces to try and mitigate adverse impacts of the measures taken to combat this pandemic. And this spirit of openness and partnership, I think, is something positive which we need to make sustainable also after the crisis has left us, hopefully very soon. Collective action is key, especially when it comes to addressing systemic issues. We have seen this in the entire region of Europe and Central Asia. Looking at Central Asia, we have, for instance, the case of our member country, Uzbekistan. it has brought a very, very positive and constructive engagement of social partners, which were able to make huge progress in the eradication of child and forced labor, which is one of the main human rights issues relating to the labor markets. We also have had many experiences from companies and initiatives from the entire region in Western and Eastern Europe and Central Asia, which jointly address together systemic issues in supply chains in other parts of the world. But of course, we all know, and experience is showing us, that successful partnerships do not come automatically. When very different organizations and stakeholders work together, much can go wrong because of different approaches, different organizational logics, different priorities, misunderstandings, and of course, ensuing lack of trust. As in a good marriage, partnerships require hard work all the time, permanent transformation. In this panel today, we want to speak about the lessons learned from actors who have huge experience in collaborating with other stakeholders. We want to identify concretely the do's and don'ts when engaging in multi-stakeholder initiatives. So everybody will hopefully leave this meeting with some positive takeaways. Let me just highlight one point which I think is of fundamental importance, but which tends to be blurred, especially in the UN context, which is the different nature of organizational logic and responsibilities between employer organizations and trade unions, the so-called social partners, who are characterized by actually being mandated to conclude agreements which are binding for their members. So they act and they conclude binding agreements on behalf of their own members. As a difference, civil society organizations are there to make political work, to do political advocacy, and this is not linked to contractual agreements. So when engaging between these two types of organizations, we have to be particularly sensitive to each other's needs and the specific characteristics. I would like to thank all the panelists very much for joining us today and for sharing their experiences with all their fruitful discussions. Just some information. The first panel will be moderated by Matthias Torns, Deputy Secretary General, whom you have already seen at the very beginning of this event. And the second panel will be moderated by Luke Wild, Managing Partner and Founder of 2050. I hope Luke is there already as well. Hello, Luke. Last time we met in Stuttgart, I think, some years ago with a sustainability dialogue of Daimler. So pleasure to see you here as well. And I'm very happy to see all the panelists, Catherine Torres from the ILO, Elaine McKay. Yes, I had seen Elaine already. From Japan Tobacco, Jürgen Janssen from the German Partnership for Sustainable Textiles, Didier Bergeret, the Director for Social Sustainability at the Consumer Goods Forum. And I think Didier we met in the Business Europe context somewhere. I do remember that. We had a long discussion. And also a great pleasure to welcome then for the second panel, Alison Tate, the Director of International Trade Union Confederation of the ITUC, William Rook, who is Senior Advisor, Strategy and Programs of the IHRB, and Jan Wiss, Senior Public Affairs Manager for Social and Environmental Impact at Nestle. So, but before going on to these two panels, it's my great pleasure to pass on the floor to Dante Pesce, our major keynote speaker today. And I would like to wish all of us a good event, a good side event, and thank you again for joining. And I hope it will be a very interactive session. Now, first of all, Dante, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renate. Thank you, Matthias, and everyone attending this dialogue, this conversation. Greeting like 9:30 in the morning over here. So it's not too early, let's say. I will just like to anniversary of the guiding principles on business and human rights, and also having finished last week the 9th Global Forum on Business and Human Rights. But first of all, and go to the topic today about collaboration. So COVID-19 has shown a massive global functions, but only exceptions, and how valuable and relevant is to actually collaborate at the global level, at regional level, at national level, mitigate crises. In this case, a health crisis, but actually we are surrounded by slow motion crises like inequality, or like systemic racism, or climate change, or corruption. And all of them are part of allowing all of us to address societal challenges. And if we don't address them from that angle, then solutions will be built on top of weak institutions. And that brings me to goal 17 and 16 of the SDGs. All of us have to be part of solutions. That's the spirit of the roadmap for the next 10 years of the guiding principles implementation. Bring all players on the table with no preconceptions, no finger pointing, but actually trying to look after solutions that can be acceptable and at the result of that welcoming of the 17th goal, a renewed what we have said, it has to move into goal 16 and reinforce institutions. It's called peace, justice, and solid institutions. And let's say what we have learned from COVID-19, but actually that's one of the conclusions of the stock-taking exercise that we have gone through the last months as working group, is that without solid institutions that we're looking after will not really be sustainable over time, and that is what actually we need. So that's, let's say, one big piece of my reflection. The other reflection in terms of partnership is asymmetry of power. We live in a world where we have some governments that do their job and commit to their citizens, well-established democracies, etc. And we have a rest of the world that is not the reality. And where this asymmetry of power happens between government and civilians or citizens, and happens between large companies and SMEs, happens between companies and small, weak governments, etc. And this is an element of asymmetry that actually does not really allow to good solutions, or because the starting point for a good solution and a compromise behind it is that we are sitting on the table as equals. And this is another element, which is a lesson learned, that we are actually not sitting on the table as equals. And we can go large companies with SMEs, etc., as I mentioned, or indigenous people, or unions, or human rights defenders, etc. And very often, big companies are sitting in the table discussing with the governments the policy framework or the enabling or not enabling environment in a situation that actually alienates very often other players at national level. And this is a lesson being learned by business. Actually, when engaged, we need to make sure that everyone else is sitting on the same table at the same time on equal footing, if we really want a compromise solution looking forward. participatory process that we have been undertaking as a working group is the evaluation of the first 10 years, the stock-taking exercise that we have been part of many of years. And what we're following is the recommendation of Secretary General Guterres in terms of inclusive multilateralism. What we want to do, despite that we report to an only intergovernmental, it's only governments actually that we report to, but we have enough flexibility to organize process are sitting on the table. We want to create that context in which participation is not only allowed, are actually welcome on equal footing in terms of building solutions looking into the future. And finally, I want to say that rights are foundational rights and normal for a tripartite setting where you find solutions based on compromise is actually not the nature of many of the institutions in the world. And compromise is the point that I will say out of social dialogue that is so important. It's not everything in black and white. It's not everything, take it all or lose it all. It should be a compromise solution building into continuous improvement that over a period of time, actually we will reach the expectations that everyone has, let's say, put on the table. And that is an element that we need to learn from your experience of social dialogue based on and compromise, and looking after solutions that are embedded, that are integrated into a mindset of long-term or medium long-term state policy, or not only government of the time policy, that actually can be to last, because there will be no silver bullet. We know that in this agenda there will be no miracle. It's a construction and I think you in this session have the opportunity to explore what are these opportunities or experience instead of sitting together, equal footing, looking after solutions based on compromises that can get better over time, and those solutions are meant to last. So it's not just to say, oh, we have, let's say, a powerful message to share, but actually we have a solution that is implementable in reality that actually changes life for real people. And I will end my remarks there, just mentioning that last week in Geneva, there was a session of Eastern Europe, and the session of Eastern Europe showed that the level of awareness remains low. The level of capacity remains very low regarding, for example, due diligence, and the space for collaboration is quite widely open. But what was stressed by all the participants is that the experience of social dialogue is not really there yet, except in some pockets here and there, but it's not widespread and is not part of normal yet. And that is actually what we need right now. So invite me, and I will be in listening mode from here on.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dante. And we directly go then in our first panel. First of all, I would really like to ask all of you, all the participants, if you have a question, if you have a remark, a suggestion, please use the chat function, because we really want to make this very interactive. The experts which we have invited to share their experience, we give an only initial statement, and then we really want to open it up to you. So please use Q&A and chat function in order to give us your question, your comments, your suggestions. We have a great panel in front of us. All four of them are very deeply experienced in collective action and partnerships. And as Dante has said, we really want to identify solutions which are workable, which are implementable, which can be used in other regions in the world. So I'm really excited to turn directly to Catherine Torres from the ILO. She organizes the Child Labor Platform of the ILO, a great initiative which is a huge benefit for companies. Over to you, Catherine.
Matthias, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today. Thank you for the invitation to speak and to be part of this conversation. So as you said, I work at the International Labour Organization, and part of my work is with the Child Labour Platform. And I must say that some of our members of the Child Labour Platform are actually sitting here in this panel. So I say hi to Elaine and to Ian for also being part of the conversation. The topic today is don'ts and do, right, on partnerships, and the ILO, obviously, through its tripartite nature structure, has lots of experience working with governments and social partners on the ground. I'm going to focus more on child labor because I'm discussing this on behalf of the Child Labor Platform. So I would say in terms of do's, and I want to start with do's. Why with the do's? Because in these times, there is so much that we cannot do that let me start by what we could do, what we should do. And I think previous speakers have already mentioned the importance of governments as central and indispensable to make any progress on human rights. And the collaboration is obviously not very easy in some of the context and in some of the topics we are raising. On the child labor topic, I want to give one example where this collaboration was very fruitful, while initially we thought could be very, very complicated. One of our Child Labor Platform members, a business company in the paper waste sector in Pakistan, wanted to collaborate at a sectoral-wide initiative on child labor. And the first approach we took with that partner and with the social partners, employers and trade unions on the ground, was to approach the government, to understand better what was the government doing, what was the government goals on child labor, and particularly to focus on local government action. That was, I think, a key area of the initiative we took with that business partner, understanding local government action and linking that with high-level national commitment. At the end of the project, what we managed to do was, first of all, to have a common understanding between the sector, the social partners, and the government, particularly the government of Punjab, of what could be the common activities, common goals that could be undertaken on child labor in the waste paper sector. And there was a fascinating example of linking public education with private sector apprenticeship programs. So I want to highlight the importance of understanding what local governments are doing it and linking it with high-level national commitment. And for those who are willing to work on that path, I want to highlight the fact that through the Alliance 8.7, we have now 23 countries that have committed to work with others, including with businesses networks, with employers organizations, with trade unions, to accelerate progress on child labor. You have the list of those countries on the Alliance 8.7 website. Pakistan, in the case I mentioned right now, the government of Punjab, is not a pathfinder country, but we work together with the government and the social partners to make that collaboration happen, focusing on what was happening at the local level with the government. The other thing I would say that's really important is invest on cross-sectoral collaboration. Even if your partnership is not cross-sectoral, even if your partnership is just focusing on one commodity or one particular sector, there are ample evidence that if you don't invest on cross-sectoral collaboration, a lot of the work that you will be doing will be diminished and not sustainable. And again, on this, I want to give an example, a concrete example of a child labor platform member, again, a company from the agro-industry sector, where in Turkey, where we start to work on hazelnut harvest. And we realized that because of the migrant nature of most of the labor force, it was very obvious that unless we work with other sectors and other districts surrounding the hazelnut plantations, we will not actually be able to prevent child labor. So making sure that parents and children coming from a different plantation or a different region could come with proper access to education and proper contracts, so fair recruitment practices to the hazelnut harvest, and that once they were done with the hazelnut harvest, they would go to a different sector and would be able to carry on with their children at school and with some levels of social protection. So investing on cross-sectoral collaboration is important, and the Child Labor Platform is a cross-sectoral partnership. And then finally, because I know I don't have much time, finally, one thing that really remains important, and we're seeing it a lot at the ILO, there are wonderful partnerships all focusing on human rights, but when it comes to the implementation of international labor standards by these partnerships, there is lots of confusion. There is lots of confusion on what needs to be done to properly implement international labor standards on child labor, on forced labor, on other topics. So my advice is make sure you get the right advice, the right expertise, so that your partnership on supporting implementation of human rights and human rights standards know exactly what's the right way to implement and support implementation of those standards. There is lots of confusion that is being created at the local level. We need to avoid that confusion. We need to have a clear and good technical message to people to make sure that they understand what international labor standards mean and what's the scope of your partnership. Matthias, I'm going to just stop like this, and hopefully we will have more time for questions and for exchange.
Perfect. Thank you so much. 3 important messages. First of all, get the government into the boat. Secondly, take a cross-sectoral approach. And thirdly, make sure you have the understanding and know-how when it comes to the implementation of international labor standards. Great. Our next speaker is Elaine McKay. Many people of you know her. She has today 2 hats. First of all, she will speak on behalf of the ECLT Foundation, the Elimination of Child Labor and Tobacco Growing Foundation, and then also she will share with us her experience with regards to GTI, because she has worked there extensively on the elimination of child labor. Now she is international director. Elaine, over to you.
Thank you very much, Matthias, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. So as you know, I'm representing or wearing 2 hats today, and the first for the company I work for, representing 44,000 employees, brands sold in more than 130 countries, and fully vertically integrated. What that means is we source our raw material from around 33 countries. So our story goes from farm to factory. We're no different from other FMCG or multinationals. We also win awards like the best employer. We have a sustainability strategy, but also we have a group level human rights policy. I'm also the vice chair of the Eliminating Child Labor in Tobacco Growing Foundation. And some of the lessons that I'll share with you, the do's and the don'ts, come from our experience both with the ECLT and with JTI. Interestingly, though, both stories start well before the UN guiding principles were formulated. JTI had an 8-year-long private-public partnership with the International Labour Organization. We were the largest private sector donor to the ILO, and this partnership started with dealing with agricultural labor practices in tobacco growing, but extended to fixing the root causes of child labor in tobacco growing. For the ECLT, was established in the early 2000s, for example, and worked in one of the areas that we're focusing on here, Kazakhstan, where we have 12 years of experience trying to demonstrate what it takes to eliminate child labor. So that's where I'm coming from, and I will share our lessons, our do's and our don'ts. So what works? Firstly, leadership. Leadership is absolutely critical in understanding that any work on human rights is not about ticking the boxes. It's not about a public relations activity, and it's certainly not just a nice thing to do. The second list, or in building the list, the second point is there is no single company, government, not-for-profit that can solve the complex social and labor issues in global supply chains. This is about finding a space where we can work together. Also, this is not just about solving short-term issues. Often remediation requires long-term, root cause-based approaches. What this means is not just going to a farmer in Malawi and saying that your child belongs at school. It's understanding that in Malawi, access to education is a problem. And when you visit schools, you realize one class can have more than 200 children in. So understand the root causes and then work towards eliminating what those root causes are. Another important point is don't outsource your key business to partners. Your business is to know your supplier, know your customer, and if you deal with an agricultural commodity, know your grower. Find partners that fill in the gaps where your expertise is lacking. Don't forget about trade unions. Ultimately, trade unions will support you when it comes to labor practices, especially around freedom of association. And don't attempt to do government's jobs. Governments are responsible for scale. Work alongside them to achieve ultimately what they want to achieve, which is a safe human rights environment for all of their citizens. One of the lessons that we've learned from the ECLT is to think about sustainability before you start. We made, as leaf buyers, a decision to no longer buy in the country I mentioned earlier. What it meant was if we didn't think about sustainability first, those communities would have been left worse off. So in closing, don't waste a crisis. COVID presents a crisis. A perfect storm is emerging, a storm of legislation around national action plans, a storm that is financial, where consumers and governments are struggling to make ends meet, and the private sector is looked to as a solution for finance, and a climate change storm. When these emerge, Dante, the private sector will be at the center of the storm. And I'm very pleased to hear that you say the private sector should have a seat at the table. That's what we want to. We have a global supply chain, and we believe that we can only fix these issues if we work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine. That was great. And again, 3 important messages. First of all, don't waste the crisis, leadership, and addressing the root causes of the problem. Thank you so much. Just a reminder to the participants, please use the chat and Q&A in order to ask questions and to give us comments. And I directly go over to our next speaker, who is Jürgen Janssen from the German Partnership for Sustainable Textile. Jürgen, directly over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, a few statements from the Partnership for Sustainable Textiles. We are a multi-stakeholder initiative with about 140 members and an extensive cooperation networks with other organizations to increase leverage on human rights aspects, but also in the environmental fields. So a few statements from our experience. I think the first one is when you look at it, that partnerships can be effective in delivering results, but they are often not very efficient when compared to other management theories. The second one is that in our experience also that to go into a partnership, especially when it is a real partnership working on real challenges, it is not for the faint of heart. This is because the win-win narrative we usually hear is patchy. If there is real change at the horizon and if real change is being followed through, there will also be losers. Second is that we experience in the multi-stakeholder setting that old habits die hard, and it's so much easier to be in a good versus bad setting. So these are things from the managerial point of view you still have really to manage through. The third thing I would like to raise is that you see partnership, and I think Dante said that it is not a silver bullet. We have to see partnership as one important building block in the context of other building blocks, that is regulation, this is negotiation, these are private and public standards, which also leads me to the point of expectation management. Partnerships can only achieve so much, and they need time, especially if they are very broad. The third point is the point of participation. Partnership is all about participation, but the question you have to ask is what kind of participation and when? You have to answer the questions, do you want to start with a very comprehensive participation, or do you want to start with a smaller number of relevant and committed stakeholders? Our experience in a tendency is that to start with a smaller number of very committed stakeholders might be preferable to start with formulating smart goals and agree on some conditions and key activities so other stakeholders can buy in. The next one would be the question of the level of ambition. This is a thing in the Partnership for Sustainable Textile. This is a thing we are working with daily. The fight about the level of ambition. Our experience is that don't go too low. Don't make the smallest denominator your most important denominator, because then the partnership and the cooperative approach will have problems getting the acceptance from societal groups and other stakeholders. But also forward-looking companies don't take you serious if your ambition is too low. And the last one I would like to really say, if you want to deliver, you need a management structure that is fit for purpose to really bring over the results, to be able to report on success, but also on failure. And with this, I would stop for here.
Thank you. I still was writing because I think a lot of important takeaways here. First of all, be ambitious, don't take the lowest denominator, leave your trenches, not everything is white and black. It's not a silver bullet partnership, and you have to manage expectations, also very important. So thank you for that important takeaways. And of course, the proper management structure, which is of course extremely important. Now we come to our last panelist for the first round, Didier Bergeret from the Consumer Goods Forum. Didier, what can you share, your experiences?
Hi, Matthias. Hi, all. Thanks again for the opportunity to talk to this great forum. Well, I mean, there are many things that have already been said, so I'm just going to try to accumulate some thoughts on that and not, reinvent the wheel. I think the CGF, for those who don't know, is a consumer goods forum. It's a large industry association gathering 400 members. And one particularity we have is that we are CEO-led by some of the 60th biggest multinationals in our sector, such as the likes of Nestlé, that need to cooperate within CGF with the likes of Walmart and L'Oréal and Carrefour and retailers and manufacturers together. So cooperation, partnership has been at the core of the creation of the CGF, acknowledging that there is only so much you can do as an individual company, and that if you want to go far, technically, you have to go together. Now, it's not as easy as it sounds, and it's not because you even have the CEOs of these companies in the decision-making body of an organization that you can effectively always enjoy the reality of a good partnership. But what we learned from working together with competitors and peers is the more you focus, the better you can effectively achieve something, especially in the question of human rights. At this stage, I think that most people do not apprehend human rights in their entirety. And the best way for us to make sure that everybody is at the similar maturity level is to make sure you focus on what matters, as the UNGPs have been telling us to do. Focus on the most salient impact you can have. That's why we decided that our Coalition for Human Rights would target the eradication of forced labor, which is the most salient impact we have collectively as an industry. And with that at hand, we can use the leadership of our CEOs and try to effectively guarantee that we are leveraging what we have as key assets and where we can make a difference. And that's also, I think, what needs to be reminded everywhere. Just make sure you focus on what you can do right. Don't try to overdo it, because there are already many, many other organizations that can help and that may have already a mandate or an expertise in some things you are trying to achieve. So just make sure you go towards these organizations. There is no need to multiply initiatives. And there is a tendency sometimes to always create something new, but something new doesn't make something efficient. Actually, some organizations who had a key mandate a couple of years ago do have the maturity curve that now can effectively be enjoyed by all other organizations or enterprises that want to join. So it's important to realize that maturity is key, because not everything that is new and comes with a big announcement will be followed by key actions. Leadership, as said, is very important. And sometimes I think on human rights, it doesn't take much more as raising awareness on certain issues to already start by making a difference. And a couple of weeks ago, very well aware that there are like some 400,000 seafarers that are blocked at sea because of COVID protocols affecting different harbors over the planet. Many people are trapped in conditions that are very much close to forced labor. And we issued a letter to the UN Secretary General, copying, of course, all the relevant organizations, just to remind them that this issue, largely invisible, is affecting our supply chains and could create major disruptions, not alone, of course, create modern slavery-like conditions. Very positive feedback, very simple thing to get more than 30 of our CEOs signing a letter. This is something we could do, so this is within our reach, and this is why it can be efficient. Now, I think that efficiency is also a bit of a complexity with the leadership. I think we all need bold commitment and ambitious commitments, and most leaders like that, but we also need to teach them to accept, as Elaine was mentioning, the long-term aspect of everything we will try to implement when it comes to solving some human rights issue. And accepting these long-term aspects also helps with supporting a well-managed approach to targeting some typical human rights aspects. And there are also things under which you need to accept that you can't solve it all. And so that's why it's good to have a cross-sectoral approach, as mentioned, notably on child labor. But there are things that will require a very open spirit to effectively get like people next to you to explain you what's the situation and how you could help, even if to date it's not defined. And we face that issue with the key problem of human rights defenders in multiple countries, for which question the contribution of business is really a complex one. Last but not least, and Dante mentioned it, as equal footing. Too many times we see that many initiatives, notably led by business, will constantly focus on supply chain issues. But if we accept that human rights are a challenge globally, and that in Europe alone, there are like more than 800,000 people that are trapped in that are trapped in forced labor, we also have a responsibility to look at our doorstep. And so that's something that we now really put in practice. We ask our members to work on their own operations, implement their own human rights due diligence, not only on their extended supply chains, but also the direct one, just on their doorstep, and make sure that they practice the support to responsible recruitment markets, or the idea of effectively trying to make sure that you map all the risks directly next to you, as you would ask your suppliers to do. This approach makes sure that you practice what you preach, and it puts you naturally in some similar footing with your suppliers, rather than constantly placing expectations on them that sometimes you haven't been trialing yourselves when it comes to meeting the objectives that you have been designing. So it's very important for me, this question of equal footing, and it goes the same with every relation we should have, be it governments or be it suppliers. Trying ourselves to be the leaders in the domain that we're trying to solve is key. And I'm gonna stop there.
Thank you very much. And again, the focus on leadership, and indeed you are a CEO-led initiative, so leadership is your DNA, so to say. Also the focus on not duplicating work other people are doing already. Preach or walk the talk, do what you're preaching. So thank you so much, the important messages. Catherine, I would like to come back to you, because Didier said it's don't focus only on the supply chain, right? And the Alliance 8.7 initiative is really an initiative which brings local actors, international actors, companies, government, social partners together to address systemic change. Can you elaborate on some early wins you have achieved through this partnership in the Alliance 8.7 in the Pathfinder countries? Over to you, not Elaine, Catherine, sorry, I'm always making, I'm so sorry. I need to focus,
I'm happy to be confused with Elaine, no problem. So yes, on the Alliance, this is the main global partnership that we're seeing on forced labor and child labor to reach SDG target 8.7. And I think, as many of the other speakers have mentioned, it's the importance of bringing the relevant actors on board. And I actually echo one of the messages that would say, do you want to bring those who are most committed on the table, and then progressively bring those that are less committed? I think that's a good approach. And the Alliance, in a way, it's taking that approach as we are working together with governments who have stepped forward and said, I want to work on this, I want to accelerate progress, with trade unions, employers organizations, NGOs, the academics, business through the Child Labor Platform, for instance, the Global Business Network on Forced Labor, the Bali Forum, all coming together to work on the issue. What are the main achievements of that partnership so far? about 15 Pathfinder countries, and we call them Pathfinder countries, which are these countries that committed at the highest level. And again, the issue of leadership to say, we're going to move forward on the topic and the importance of governments to be on board on forced labor and child labor. You can't eradicate child labor, forced labor if governments are not on board and if they are not willing to work on the root causes. 15 of those countries have already developed, together with Alliance 8.7 partners, work plans to implement with clear time-bound results. And you have all the information on those work plans on the Alliance 8.7 website. I will be happy to share the link. So we will be looking at those work plans and supporting. The Alliance is a supporting mechanism to make sure that those countries and all the members that are looking at joint forces to implement those work plans are able to deliver. And next year, I want to highlight the importance of next year because it's the UN year for the elimination of child labor. So what we're doing on the ground matters more than ever, and particularly with the crisis. So these work plans, together with the global traction that is bringing the Alliance to really make this topic at the forefront of the political, the business, the civil society agenda, the social partners agenda, is really one of the main highlights of the Alliance 8.7. And next year will be particularly important for this partnership.
Thank you so much. And now I get it right. Elaine, now I mean Elaine. Elaine, companies face a lot of suggestions for partnerships, a lot of requests for partnership. Does GTI have indicators when you engage with a partner, or how do you decide what is the right partner for you to dance with?
The main thing is the ability for the partner to have an impact. But here's what this whole push towards human rights has shown is how commercialized human rights have become. So you have a whole range of companies popping up all over the show that are now offering to solve all of your problems. The main one is, do they have legitimacy? Can they demonstrate impact? And can they be credible? Because now more and more, we are being pushed to externally verify that what we've done is in fact true and correct. So the partner selection is critical. If the partner sells itself more than what it's able to do, our company looks bad. So you have to find companies that are credible, that have long-standing experience, and that are able to demonstrate impact.
Thank you. Very, very helpful. Great. Jürgen, I would like to come to you with a follow-up question. Didier said, make sure you don't duplicate. There's so much going on in the garment industry, right? Garment is, I think, one of the commodities where everyone is really, thinking of. How do you make sure that you don't duplicate and that you partner perhaps with all the different initiatives which are out there? I mean, particularly now in the pandemic, there's a lot of focus on the garment industry, of course. The IE together with the ITUC, and Alison will speak about that in a minute, Industry All, and 100 brands have set up the call to action in the garment industry in order to mitigate impact to the industry. So how you make sure that you don't compete with each other, but complement each other?
Yeah, I think especially for the garment industry, this is highly relevant. So we are certainly not on a clean sheet of paper here, because there are, as you said, so many activities, projects all around. So what we do as a mostly national initiative in a global industry is that, first of all, don't wait for until all the stars align. This has been the wake-up call for the partnership in Germany. So even if there are other organizations active, if there is still not enough activity around and not good enough strategies to really deliver, then you should not wait but start something. But quickly afterwards, and this is our strategy, and our steering committee is very keen on that one, is that the partnership looks around and see what other organizations are there, what level of ambition do they follow through, and what foundation is there. So we decided very early that the OECD due diligence guidance would be one of the major factors by which we choose our cooperation partners. And we find quite a few. For example, when we look at complaints mechanism and remedy, we are partnering with the Fair Wear Foundation because they have a very good system. When we are looking at fibers, there is textile exchange. When we look at the climate topics, we are certainly looking at the climate, the fashion climate chapter. When we look at reporting, we look at the Sustainable Apparel Coalition and so we try very hard not to duplicate the work, because otherwise also we're getting a really hard time from our members if we wouldn't follow through that. So we scan what's out there, we do a quality check, we see where we can cooperate and it does make sense, and if there is an overlap, we normally use a cooperation that it is not an additional burden for companies. It's not always working. There is still double work and also discussions and critique within the partnership from our members, but we are really focusing on that one.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Didier, the last minute, over to you. Catherine spoke at the beginning about the need to bring the government into the boat, right? And indeed, particularly when it is about forced labor, it is often legislation which is not helpful in order to eradicate forced labor because of, recruitment fees and other conditions which are rather supporting than eliminating forced labor. How do you do that at the Consumer Goods Forum? How do you engage with governments?
Well, it's a very good question. And I think that, again, know what you can do best. And we are not designed to do some lobbying or governmental engagement per se. We do it via our coalitions when relevant, but we do it with the relevant partners, starting with many members of the IOE. And we have a key focus now on working in palm oil in Malaysia, and we'll of course get back to the Malaysian Employers Federation and the IOE to see how to best navigate the landscape, get to know the local context, but also engage the local actors. And I think the ILO and local trade unions as well, local NGOs can always be the best to understand the landscape and see where you can bring value. And again, this idea of equal footing starts there. Just get to know the context, get to understand what can be the problem, work with the relevant partners who already have expertise and possibly operations there, so that you can engage with government the right way. And that's why we always used ILO and the International Organization for Migration next to our business partners from IHRB or the Responsible Business Alliance to convene what we call government dialogues. And again, it's a dialogue, so it's the idea to talk together and see how we can advance the key issues of recruitment fees, which from sending country to receiving country has very, very diverging perspectives, and therefore it's complicated to integrate them all. But there is a way to balance that, notably if it is to promote human rights. And I think that that's the only way forward. Again, appreciate what's the position of the others and bank on partners like institutions that are already well established, because they have years or decades of experience talking to government, and they are the ones also making those conventions and those international treaties alive at local level. So there is no better way to engage governments than to work with the ones that do that for their institutional mandate.
Thank you so much, Didier. This was really a fascinating panel. Thank you so much to all of you. That was really extremely interesting, and we took a lot of notes actually. And now I give directly over to Luc White, who will put it in a bit wider context and look at it, what needs to happen actually to strengthen partnership. Luc, are you there? Over to you.
Hi, Matthias, thank you very much. Well, welcome everybody. Pleased to be joining you this afternoon. I'm going to be joined on the panel by William Rook from IHRB, by Alison Tate from ITUC, or International Trade Union Confederation, and by Jan Wies from Nestle. Our task is to explore, I think, what needs to happen to strengthen partnerships, and I was certainly sort of taking some notes there. I think we heard some of those messages coming through in the previous session. So we heard some messages about keeping focus on what you do well, for instance, or picking good partners in the first place, or indeed avoiding duplication of effort with other partnerships, and how one might go about that. So I think you don't really want to hear from me. You came here to hear from the panelists themselves. So I'm going to hand over to Alison to start us off, Director of Economic and Social Policy at ITUC, And Alison, what do you want to share with us today? I think I'll just hand to you.
Thank you, Luke. Well, I'd like to start by really taking up some of the points made in the previous panel and think about, have people imagine what partnership is for what purposes. For trade unions, addressing the systemic issues, a partnership is about realizing human rights, bringing the different actors together to actually fulfill what's been spoken about, not only human rights, but indeed labor rights, to ensure respect for foundations of rights and the dignity of work. So it is possible to create genuine, meaningful, and effective partnerships, not just short-term or medium-term projects. We want to really look at the systemic issues and the need to address long-term sustainability of business, of industries, indeed of economic development. Because what we've seen as a result of COVID is a big and dramatic winding back, in fact, a devastating impact on not only jobs and job creation, but we've seen enormous unemployment and the threat of intergenerational unemployment as a result. So indeed, as Dante emphasized at the beginning, we see partnership not just for particular projects or outcomes in the short term, but the building of institutions. In this case, labor market institutions and the legal frameworks that underpin that, good public policy, supported by us as economic actors. So including workers and companies, both employers as small and medium-sized enterprises and as multinational enterprises, all taking their responsibilities. So we know in the region, we are not there yet. What we're speaking about with partnership requires trust and a commitment and a long-term vision. And if we don't have trust now, and we can see that in many countries, what we need to do is build that trust through listening and understanding and making commitments that are real. Actually, I would call it agreement making. So negotiations and agreement making is a part of making partnerships real. So working together for long-term systemic change, it might be in including what is needed for not just employment generation and respect of labor rights, but the industrial transformation that is needed across the region, including and alongside an ecological protection to move indeed to a zero carbon economy based on a just transition. This is essential for rebuilding out of a COVID impacted world. However, what we see are countries where low wages and low cost business strategies are built on exploiting differences in labor rights and labor conditions between West and East, if you like. Now we have to be honest about how do we address this? With the lack of effective institutional spaces to really engage in identifying the needs and the risks and coming together to take action to address those is what we need if we are really going to prioritize partnership. So what trade unions want is, as other speakers have said before me in this today, social dialogue between workers and their unions and employers, genuine dialogue, which is not the same as stakeholder consultation, no matter that may be participatory. To be effective, we need meaningful engagement of representative bodies and engagement that leads to negotiations and agreements. So to respect fundamental human rights, labor rights, it was mentioned already, freedom of association, collective bargaining, upon which agreements are made and kept. So I would say in the region we're speaking about, we know we have a long way to go to actually fulfill that promise of a labor protection floor for all workers, for workers in headquarters companies, in supply chains, for migrant workers that have left their home seeking employment in other countries, and ensuring that the context of the COVID recovery gives us a real opportunity to invest in both building economic and social resilience. So I would really say that we need to see partnership in what Jürgen just described. He pointed out the tools we have of the OECD due diligence guidance. It is one of the instruments that highlights the importance of trade unions in human rights due diligence in supply chains. Now, as we see the reshoring or onshoring of companies moving into Europe, some of those leaving production sites in Asia, where we now see wages are higher in Asia, in China, than some of the countries in the region we're speaking about. So I want to quote to you the OECD due diligence guidance for those who don't recall it or don't know. It says enterprises may partner with or enter directly into agreements with trade unions in order to facilitate worker involvement in the design and implementation of due diligence processes, the implementation of standards on workers' rights, and the raising of grievances. Agreements with trade unions can take various forms and can be made at the workplace, enterprise, sectoral, or international level. They include collective bargaining agreements, global framework agreements, protocols, and memorandum of understanding. So I would really just like to finish, Luke, by pointing out that we see not only low wages across the region, where it seems governments have been seduced by the idea that they can attract foreign investment. I've got a number of quotes I could actually make from certain prime ministers who've talked about, being the lowest tax level in Europe, or don't worry, we don't have trade unions here. The reality is that if we're going to address the huge levels of inequality and unemployment, and indeed working poverty in the region, then we need to really take into account the need for foundation of human rights and labor rights, and that this growth strategy for the region cannot be based on these levels that we currently see, which has led to the massive levels of immigration. So workers migrating from the East to the West to seek decent work opportunities. So I would really just finalize that by saying that, our colleagues across the region in the trade unions see a number of spaces for genuine partnership. And I'm going to mention 5 very quickly, and happy to come back to answer any points. But ensuring a more conducive environment for trade union organizing and collective bargaining, to have genuine trade unions be partners and bargaining agents in the process for solving solutions and looking to a more inclusive economy. Addressing the unfair taxation policies in CEE countries that benefit multinationals and capital at the expense of local SME producers and their workers. To build trade union and company awareness about due diligence principles. And that will help facilitate the adoption of normative frameworks on both a national and international level. And finally, trade unions have been involved in a fair wages campaign in the region to try to not only expose the imbalances, but to address the wage disparities within multinational employment enterprise networks. And so to address really the low wage policies of governments in some of the Eastern countries, but to address inadequate minimum wages and depressed collective bargaining as a solution to the problems for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alison. So I really heard there a call to, I think it was to rebuild together, to respect and involve workers in that process of rebuilding, the importance of a long-term commitment. I mean, not to mention Jürgen too often, but he called on us to be ambitious, and it seemed that you were certainly being ambitious in terms of the agenda that's necessary and required. And you finished with some, 5 nice pointers to what needs to be addressed. I'm going to ask William to come in, and William, in his role with IHRB, I know has been responsible for leading the setup of the Centre for Sport and Human Rights. I'm sure many of people will be well aware of, clearly an important partnership. And I guess, moving on, I know he's going to talk about another example of IHRB's agenda setting and indeed action setting work that they do so well. So William, over to you.
Thank you, Luke, and thank you to the IOE, to Matthias, to Renata for the invitation. Quite a small example, I think, just from me today of what's been a fruitful piece of partnership building in the context of IHRB's work in Qatar. So Qatar, obviously, a jurisdiction, a state that's had a high focus on forced labor and trafficking, on labor rights, and an accelerated period of labor reforms in the last 2 or 3 years with the presence of the ILO Project Office and the partnership between the ILO and the Ministry of Labor in Qatar. What we at IHRB have been focusing on the last 12 to 18 months has been engaging the hospitality sector. So the hotels, are such an important part of what will be the delivery of the World Cup in Qatar. And there's a number of reasons why it's been opportune to convene and coordinate work with the hotel sector. So one element of this is there's been a huge spotlight and indeed a lot of work around labor rights in the construction sector in Qatar, both within the fence of the World Cup project, so the project controlled by those organizing the World Cup, which has its own worker welfare standards, but also increasingly outside of that across the whole country in terms of labor reforms being introduced by the Ministry of Labor with the support of the ILO. But as we move closer in the timeline towards the World Cup taking place, increased focus, increased scrutiny and increased attention necessary on other sectors. So hotels are a clear part of that as a major part of delivering the competition, but also a key part of the future for the economy of the country. So it's a priority sector for the country, that it's an opportune time to engage with the hotel sector because it also has made recent commitments through the International Tourism Partnership and the CGF on forced labor and trafficking, developed its own industry principles. So you have that sort of top-down headquarter pressure from signing up to these principles and a bottom-up focus on the ground in Qatar, both in terms of legislation change, scrutiny, auditing from World Cup organizers, all of these things coming together. And for us, an interesting opportunity because the business model of hotels is pretty much the same in many, many places. That the same model of franchising, licensing, hotels leaves similar weak spots, I suppose. And there's that high degree of use of agency work, high prevalence of migrant workers working in hotels, and for a long time, a focus from the sector more on bad things that can happen in hotels. For example, the trafficking conversation's been around prostitution and child trafficking, but so how hotels can minimize the risk of things happening in their premises as opposed to things they're actually causing through their contracting, through their supply chains, etc. And so these motivations give us an opportune time with the industry's commitment in Qatar to have that focus. And so the approach has been to work with the ILO and the Ministry of Labor and bring the sector together at the human resources director level. So the people who actually sign contracts with recruitment agencies, sign contracts with labor agencies in the country. And what's made this convening a successful program, and we've been meeting every 6 weeks or so with the group and sort of 40 to 50 hotels participating, has been the real engagement of the government. And we've noticed that escalating through the series of meetings that we've had. There's been a clear idea of an output that we can work on together. And so the goal of this program has been to create industry-specific guidance for the sector with their input, with their identification of risks, and with case studies of actions they're taking to combat some of these things. And so the output is something that those who have a role in implementing it have had a say in its design. And there's also been this sort of overarching strategic group that looks at this engagement that includes the IOE, the ITUC, other stakeholders as well. So I think we have this sort of moment of opportunity, this moment of time in terms of the legislation changing in the industry, looking at these risks across Qatar and the world, the increased scrutiny and focus, and this, I think, creating an opportunity for these currents that are happening anyway to converge and work together has been the intention. And just to briefly say what's next, an interest from those of us conducting this work, so from the government, from the ILO, from ourselves, to take this approach and look at other sectors where similar lessons can be learned and applied. And also, like I've said, the issue of how hotels work, how they recruit, how they outsource and bring in labor agencies is pretty much the same in lots of places. And are there opportunities, particularly in upcoming places that have big sporting events, to also work with the sector and put a focus on particularly recruitment, the due diligence they do on suppliers, and access to remedy that's often not available for those who are working through labor agencies rather than employees in hotels. So that's been the big focus. I'll stop there, but hopefully a helpful small example of a project that we think's been fruitful.
Thank you, William. I mean, I'd certainly hearing the importance of those kind of convergence of a number of different factors that creates the case for change, and then the way in which you're skillfully involving those who actually have to implement the changes in the program and in the design of the program and the guidance, which certainly from my own work in working with companies on putting their human rights due diligence into practice, that's definitely some of the principles that we would also sort of strongly kind of recognize and echo about what supports change happening. Yeah, so thank you. So I mean, we now move to Jan Janwis, who I'm sure is a well-known face for many at these events. Certainly, Jan, we see each other quite regularly, don't we? So at different events around the world, Senior Public Affairs Manager for Nestlé. And I'm sure, Jan, the scale of Nestlé's operations brings you, I know you have a number of long-standing partnerships. And also, some of those partnerships are sort of stretching into the space of sort of setting the conditions for seeking to set the conditions for sort of trade and enterprise. So over to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Luke. That's a great introduction for what I wanted to share with you today. So yeah, at Nestlé, we've had a human rights due diligence program for a number of years. We actually started really like back in 2011. And since then, we have really, I think, built what we now call like an ecosystem of different partnerships. And these partnerships can really be categorized into like two main categories. And of course, this is a simplification of the reality, but I hope it will help illustrate my purpose today. The first category is what I would call partnerships within our value chain. So the partnerships we have with our suppliers and with our customers. And I think before Didier made the point and like highlighted the importance of the CGF to also like trigger more collaboration among different partners of the same value chain or different value chains. I think there is much to say about that. And the second category is what I would call, and again, this is a simplification, but external organizations. And that can like start from multi-stakeholder initiatives like the Fair Labor Association, the International Cocoa Initiative, or what have you, business associations like the IOE, the CGF, multilateral organizations like the ILO, the World Bank, trade unions like the IUF for us, NGOs, Verite, Earth Home Foundation, and governments. And here, like again, can be like any type of government where we operate. And of course, there's no silver bullet in the sense that we have identified 11 salient human rights issues. And of course, they cut across a number of raw materials, like 15 raw materials that we have as priority commodities, and a range of like countries, as you can imagine. But for each situation, we have a different set of partners to really like help us overcome some of the issues and the challenges we face on the ground, or also like from a regulatory perspective. And this is really my point here. I think, we, as Nestlé at least, we work with two types of collaboration. We have two types of collaboration for two different purposes. The first one, of course, is like to implement our program on the ground. So to make progress, to deliver on our responsibility to respect, to make sure that we assess the situation, we address the risks, and we report on what we do. This is what I would call the implementing partners. So the ones that we work with on the ground because we have a common interest to do so, because we just like hire or actually work with this organization to again like address issues like child labor, forced labor, discrimination, and others that we face in our supply chain operations or distribution chain. So that's the implementation part. But then there is also the advocacy part, and these days, of course, like it's very important, because what we want to do is really to further push and promote the overall business and human rights agenda at the global, regional, and national levels, to really like install this level playing field that we all need to make progress, to also like work with a range of different partners, not only the multinational organizations or multinational companies, but also the local companies that also need to abide by the same standards, and to push for legislations that are really like well aligned with the guiding principles. And I think it's fair to say that, at least the way I see it, there is a disconnect between the two. So very often the partners that we work with on the ground are not really participating in these discussions at the global level or national level or regional level in terms of like, for example, mandatory human rights due diligence. And that's exactly this bridge that we're trying to fill, this gap that we're trying to fill, to really like have the ones that see by themselves what the challenges we face on the ground look like, and can really like replicate or take this experience to where this is needed to develop the smart regulations that we need. And this is what we call technical advocacy. So basically making sure that whenever we are engaged in a discussion that will look for better regulations or better legislations, we come to the table with something to share that is based on our knowledge and experience on the ground. And of course, we don't pretend that, we have it right. In many instances, we face huge challenges, especially in our upstream supply chain. But we think that, based on experience, we can bring something to the table. And I think this is very important, because sometimes it happens that the discussions we have at the global level or regional level are a little bit disconnected from the reality that we see on the ground. And sometimes things that we think will work actually don't work on the ground. And so these partnerships with different organizations, again, help us take this experience at that level. Now, I think, and maybe for the purpose of the discussion later on, we still face a number of challenges when it comes to the partnerships themselves and the collaboration among organizations, and especially like among companies. Someone before me mentioned this challenge of the lowest denominator. The lowest common denominator. And I think this is something that needs to be put on the table, because too often when organizations get together, they would just align on what the weakest element can do. And this is very often not enough, actually, to make a significant impact and difference on the ground. And I really think here that partners that have strong standards, I'm thinking here of organizations like the Fair Labor Association, for example. I think they really have something to bring, like they have a value to add to this discussion, because they come to this discussion with a very strong high-level standard that everybody needs to abide by. But the problem with that is that, like the companies or the organizations that cannot abide by this standard, they won't join. And so we are back to square one with the same problem. So getting more companies involved, and especially the local companies that don't even participate in this kind of like conferences or workshops, is very important. And the second challenge, which is a bit like the elephant in the room, and I don't think that was mentioned before, antitrust regulations. And of course, this is complex, and of course, that's a big one, but this is key. I mean, we need to find a way to better collaborate, especially like among companies, because right now it's very difficult, especially when it comes to remediation. So when you assess an issue, you just actually like find out that you're not the only one actually like exposed to this issue. But then, I mean, collaborating is very, very difficult because it means that you need to collaborate and sometimes put pressure on suppliers that you share. And here comes like antitrust regulations. And I think it's a real barrier for more collaboration, especially among companies. And again, not only multinational companies, but all types of companies. So I'll leave it there. I just wanted to share like our experience and where we see the biggest barriers when it comes to more collaboration and partnerships in our value chain.
Thank you, Jan. You know, I heard, I mean, if I flipped it into kind of, well, what would it take to strengthen partnerships? You know, I heard very clearly you articulating the effort and care that actually go to make sure you bring a strong perspective to the partnerships that you participate in, and really make your contribution as a company. I heard about the importance of building in local companies and SMEs into the dialogues with partnerships, and I heard about that challenge of the antitrust regulations, which does certainly hold back some of the sharing. Also, my experience. I'm conscious. Thank you. I mean, I think those have been three fascinating inputs. We don't have any questions on the chat, but and I'm conscious of time, so I'm just going to ask each of you just perhaps to try and end on a positive note. You know, this year must have been quite a challenging year for working in partnership. You know, I think, for me, a lot of what partnerships are obviously about is being there in the room, shaking each other's hands, dare I say it, kind of doing some of the work of the meeting beyond the meeting when you're together in the evenings. And, that's been that. And I think often that helps to stimulate the thinking and the creativity around partnerships. So, I just wanted to ask you, perhaps something that surprised you, perhaps in a positive sense, about what's been possible to do during the course of 2020, and what maybe has been a learning for you. So maybe fairly short and sweet, but Alison, do you want to kick off first?
Yes, thanks. I think the example of the call to action for the garment industry, which was really trying to address the devastating impact on both business continuity and workers in terms of job loss and loss of income, showed that where companies know their supply chains, where they know where the risks are, and indeed have done their human rights due diligence, they're in a much better position to act in a very sound way and in genuine partnership. And so therefore, I think looking ahead, what comes out of 2020 is a real need to advance what we all know in the ILO terms of a just transition agenda. That is, unions and companies and governments working together around the climate change imperative, taking into account the technology deployment that is coming and the investment in technology, but to make sure that renewed industrial policies and regional development actually really engages workers and their unions and companies, local companies and multinationals, to really promote decent work and quality employment for a more sustainable industry foundation and local economy. And so I think the lesson out of 2020 is, let's use our collective strengths and actions and address the systemic issues along the way.
Thank you. William.
No, indeed, it's been tough for everyone, and I think we've had to adjust and make some pivots in how we engage with others, especially recognizing some of the things that they are going through, both in governments and in businesses. But there's opportunities too, and the one that springs to mind, sort of most sort of top of mind, is again, it builds on the example from Qatar. Labor mobility legislation has come in this year, which is designed to enable much greater freedom in the domestic labor market. And that means people moving within employers within the country. And that is been one of the big battles over a long time. And in a period of time when recruitment into the country is not possible due to COVID, you actually have an opportunity to push companies to adhere to the new legislation much quicker, I think, than you might have seen otherwise, because it's just changed changed the game in terms of what was actually needed by business at that moment in time too. So created an opportunity, I think, to push compliance straight out the gate, which has been interesting.
Thank you. And Jan.
Yes, so I mean, first, I fully agree with Alison, and we've seen it from within. So where we have more traceability, or where we have more sophisticated human rights procedures or program, I mean, the supply chain has tended not only to be like more resilient to the pandemic, but also this is where we have been able to continue to do some work. And I guess you've heard about our work on cocoa and child labor, but and I don't want to insist on this, but I think the system that we have built there for like since 2011 has proved to be like very resilient to the situation, because it's really like embedded into the community and our supply chain. So it's not an add-on. It's not that we fly like partners from abroad, but this is really like built from within. And for us, it was like a really good test to see that it has been more resistant than others. And this is quite interesting. And the second piece is like here, like William said, there are also like a lot of opportunities, and I agree with that. Not only in terms of like engagement with governments and others, but also like technological opportunities. So and again, I'm not going to say here that we can replace audits or assessments by desktop assessments, or that we can use satellite monitoring for human rights impact. This is not my purpose and my what I want to say here. But I think there are things that we can learn on how we can scale up more things faster. I think grievance mechanisms, for example, is something that also proves very, very resilient in the context of the pandemic, where and that allows us to gather complaints and data information, while, for example, our agronomists cannot actually go on the field. So a few lessons learned during the pandemic that we will try to scale up going forward.
Lovely, thank you very much, Jan. And I mean, I think that's I'm conscious now Matthias is waiting for me to hand back over to him. So just to thank all the three panelists, and to thank BDA and IOE for having us here today. And Matthias.
Thanks to you, Luke, to moderate the second panel. I think it was really interesting, and I think we really got some very concrete takeaways, which all of us can use. Certainly IOE can use these takeaways, so thank you so much. I really would like to end actually with two quotes. One is from Jürgen, who put it into the chat, saying that COVID-19 really improved and widened the room for partnership. And that is what we have to do. And Alison stressed that we have to use our collective power, our collective strengths in order to build back better. And that is really what I'm calling for all of you. Really, let's, this is not the end of the discussion, it's not the beginning of the discussion, but it is really for all of us to walk the talk and make partnership work. So thank you so much for all of you, and hope to see you soon back. Bye.
So this concludes the side event with the International Organization of Employers, Collective Action, the do's and don'ts to strengthen partnerships for addressing systemic challenges. Day 2 of the forum starts again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central European Time. Thank you all and have a wonderful rest of the day.